Hello, everybody. I'm the one that bitches hate, but they can't get past. Pretty face, no waist, and a big ol' ass, Forrest Valkai. And I'm joined today by Nominal Naomi, who is somebody that I've been wanting to work with for a very long time, been a huge fan of yours forever. I'm so happy to have you on the show. Naomi, how are you today?
I'm doing pretty great. Really glad to be here. So very happy to jump right into it.
Yeah, man. So really quick before we get started, you're new to the line, so I wanted to give you the opportunity, if you wouldn't mind, to introduce yourself to the audience, let everybody know who you are, what you do, so they and where they can follow you elsewhere as well.
Yeah, totally. So I'm a PhD student. I study computer science, but I also make online content particularly pertaining to trans issues, other queer issues, leftist politics in general. You can find me, just Google search nominal.naomi. I make content over on Twitch and YouTube and TikTok. I'm actually live on Twitch right now, so lots of stuff. Feel free to check it out if you're interested.
Awesome. So just to kind of give everybody a brief disclaimer before we get started. I'm going to be a little slower than usual today. I've been pretty under the weather for the past couple of days. I am keeping that radio face going on, that excitability. Years of talking like this have made it virtually impossible for me to show any sorts of pain or discomfort. And so I'm going to try my best, but I might be a little bit tired today, which actually is going to work out perfectly because I wanted to hear everything that Naomi had to say anyway. The lines are open. If people want to call in and ask us any questions that you might have about politics, about religion, or about whatever, we always want to be here to promote skepticism and critical thinking. So if you have a question about whatever, especially if it's something biology related for me, computer science related for Naomi, we're here for you. So we'd love to talk to you. With that, we're going to go and jump right in with Jason, pronouns he, him, calling in from Nevada, wants to talk about how to get people to accept science. Jason, how are you doing today? You're on the line. Jason may be dead. Jason, can you hear us?
Jason is maybe on the line.
All right. May Jason rest in peace. Oh, wait, have we got you there? I heard something.
Can you hear me?
Jason, yes, we can hear you. Jason, how are you?
Oh, hi, I'm good. Sorry, I couldn't hear you guys. I'm great. How are you guys?
Fantastic. So I have what your question here is how to get people to accept science. Did you want to elaborate on that a little bit before we get started?
Yeah, so I've recently deconstructed, and I try to talk to people on like the internet and such to get new perspectives, and I talk to a lot of theists, and I know it's really frustrating because I know in my mind how science, like the process and the study, is good and objective and correct, and they just can't accept it, and they always want to make metaphysical arguments and like try to argue logic and things, and they don't value evidence, and I don't understand how to get them to grasp that concept that it's good to have empirical evidence.
Right. Yeah. Sure. Naomi, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I think one of the great things about science is that it's demonstrable, like via experimentation, via real life examples. You can show why science actually works in practice, and that's a great way to get started and show that it's valuable and that it's changed how we think about the world, how we do things, like the discovery of germ theory, revolutionizing how we do medicine. Science has demonstrable impacts both in how we discover it and then how we apply it to change the world.
Yeah, I would. Usually when I talk to people about these things, first we have to agree whether or not evidence is important, and then we have to talk about what evidence actually is and what evidence applies. And so, generally speaking, when people talk to me about, say for example, evolution, which is my whole business, they'll say something along the lines of, "Well, you've never seen this, you've never observed it, so therefore you can't know." Which, number one, isn't true, but also, even if I had never seen any kind of evolution at all, if you ask somebody, if you were asked to sit on a jury for a murder trial, how would you handle that situation? Would you say, I never saw this person commit murder, therefore I have no idea. There's no way I can possibly make an assessment about this. It's totally up in the air. This is just a matter of faith. Or would you say, all right, what are the fingerprints? What are the DNA evidence? What do the footprints say? What is this? And so if we can agree on something else, why evidence is important and how evidence works, that's a huge barrier to now say, okay, if we look at the fossil record then, does it matter that when we look at different time periods throughout history, we see different types of animals? And even if you don't want to admit that there's this linear relationship with these plants, animals, fungi, whatever it is, these living things changing in form and complexity over the course of billions of years, even if you don't want to admit that, even if you don't want to admit that there are millions or even billions of years old, if you just want to say, all we know is that these are these animals deep underground, okay, none of these are around anymore. So what we can say for sure, no matter what your worldview is that there have been different kinds of living things at different points in Earth's history. And some of the things that used to be here aren't here anymore. So that alone is a great line of evidence to say that maybe, just maybe, the things that are around today have some sort of relationship with the things that used to be around. Otherwise, there would have had to have been several different magical creation events, or one that went horribly wrong over a very long period of time. As we don't find any humans down there amongst the Dimetrodons or vice versa, right? And so, that's when we're talking to people about how to get them to accept science, that's usually where I start, is, do you think evidence is important? And if so, what kind of evidence works for you? What can evidence actually do? I feel like that's a really strong way to start.
That is super helpful. I like starting with the common ground too. That's really helpful. I've never thought of it like that.
It doesn't always work. I hope it works for you. I've told this story before, but I once had a debate with a flat earther who, after like 3 hours of going round and around about how I don't know the speed of light, I just have it on faith. And I said, no, actually, I've proved that in a lab. When you get a science degree, that's something you do. Well, you don't know that gravity's real. You just, that's faith. And no, again, when you get a science degree, you don't just learn these things, you do them. So like, I've actually proved gravity myself in a lab with experimentation. And at a certain point, he said that I can't prove to him that physics work the same way in that lab as they do out here where he's standing. And at that point, where the fuck do you go from there? So, yeah, it doesn't always work, but it's a great place to start most of the time. So I hope it helps. I hope it works out for you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for calling in, man.
Thank you.
Most definitely. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate it. Take care.
You too.
An awesome first call.
Definitely. Sometimes it can be really nice to jump into. Go for it.
Oh, no. I was just jumping to the next thing, but I would love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, no, sometimes it can be really nice in those conversations just to like get at the heart of like, what would it take to change someone's mind, and like even asking them directly to see if they have this belief based off of just some kind of unfalsifiable premise, or if they're really basing it on some train of logic or evidence where if there was new data or new evidence, they could actually be moved over in that area. Yeah,
definitely. With that, we're going to move on to, there we go, Jacob. Pronouns are he, him, calling in from Honolulu. He is an atheist who wants to know, why isn't the secular world enough for people? It's a very interesting question. Jacob, you're on the line. Tell us what you mean by that, man.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, everyone, doing really well. How are you?
Big fan. I've been following you. Yeah, pretty good. I've been following you for a little while. And I guess what I've been thinking about a lot lately is, I'm an atheist. I don't really feel like I need to believe in anything more than the natural world. But when I talk to people, I feel kind of guilty about that, because I feel like a lot of people, even if they're not religious, they want to believe in something spiritual, right? They want to believe in there's something more to the world than there is. And I just kind of want to discuss a little bit about why you think that might be. What is it about the world that isn't satisfying enough for people?
I'll turn it over to Naomi first again.
Yeah, I'm actually somebody who used to be religious, ex-religious now, and I think that really the biggest one where it comes from is it's a coping mechanism for existential anxiety and the fear of what is there after death. There's nothing after death, and I think that's one of the biggest draws for religion in general, is that you can at least attempt to cope with that uncertainty by putting something in that gap. And so that was definitely a really big part of it for me. And I think that tends to hold true with religious people across different religions.
Yeah, I would agree. And there's this thing called terror management theory, which is the idea that like a lot of our belief systems and the way that we do things is just centered around the idea of like managing the terror of infinite nothingness and of mortality and of finality and all these things. The idea that, nobody's in charge and that there are laws to the universe, but nobody's making them up and nobody's keeping them in line and nobody's deciding on them, and that death is the end of your conscious existence, and that that's terrifying to a lot of people. And it's a lot less scary to even have a scary idea. Like when people believe in like the Illuminati and this race of shape-shifting lizard people that control all the governments of the world, because there are actually people who believe that. That's horrifying, but it's a lot less scary than saying nobody's in charge, and if I die, I die, and at the end of the day, I'm just a speck on this grain of dust floating in the cosmos, and my life means nothing. That's truly scary. And so a lot of people, they find comfort in the idea of imagining this extra purpose for their life. Also, just looking at society that we live in a very individualistic society. We live in a society that teaches people that they are special and unique and beautiful, perfect snowflakes and so on and so on. And not to use too many conservative talking points, but like we teach people that they ought to be somewhat of the center of attention. And so it's really easy for people to assume that at least in some small way, this entire universe was made especially with them in mind. And that they're the star of the show in this way. And that's really tough to break down. I find a lot of the time when I debate these things, this becomes not only a bone of contention, but also a big emotional sticking point for a lot of people. People tell me, oh, you're telling me I'm never going to see my dad again because I've been waiting to see him. And you're telling me that I'm just nothing. I'm insignificant. I'm, not only me, but my family, my kids are all, exactly. And so like there's several of these things that stack, and they lead up to a very, very, for lack of a better word, self-centered view of the universe, and it's kind of that.
Yes, absolutely, I agree with that.
I forgot what he was quoting, but Sagan talked about that, about like this, upon hearing the assertion that this whole world was made for them, the travelers fell against each other, seized in fits of uncontrollable laughter and everything else. It's kind of silly.
Let me kind of experience I had recently. I was actually watching Gut Sick Gittens channel. She had a whole series on the mass extinctions, and especially with the the Great Dying, the Permian extinction. The way that she described that in the video really kind of struck me as, here's a period in Earth where lava pools were bubbling out of Siberia, where there were hurricanes, there was glass falling from the sky, the sky was toxic, or the air was toxic, the water was toxic.
Yep.
It's like, how can anything live through this? And then, I live in Hawaii, so, driving around, just realizing, like, this is how the world has been in the past, and it's been this way in the past several times. But now, look at where we are now, like, how freaking incredible it is that we live in a time that, that everything around us exists, that these trees, that these animals, that, we live at the same time as the largest animal to ever live on the planet, the blue whale. And just, that sense of, like, why don't people appreciate the world for what it is? And is there anything that we can do as atheists, as people who are, more secular, to kind of reach that emotional core of people that, that maybe, I feel like a lot of, atheist, secular people tend to be more on the intellectual side. They have the, they have been reached intellectually, but maybe a lot of people haven't really been reached emotionally. And,
Right.
What direction are we really trying to take the world? What stories are we trying to tell about the world?
It is hard because when you started asking this, immediately I was like, oh, well, here's some cool science facts that people should appreciate. And you're right. That's just because it's my job.
And you were
one
of the better science communicators for like reaching that emotional core of people, which is why I wanted to talk to you. But
that's very kind of you to say. So I'll say this, and this is I'm going to preface this. When I say this, it's immediately going to sound like the most elitist, shitty thing that I've ever said, and I don't mean it that way. I will elaborate, so bear with me here. Don't clip this. But like, I think a big part of it is a lack of science education. And what I mean by that is, you see how that sounds bad right away. The reason I say that is because a lot of the times when I talk to a theist and they're talking about this beautiful flower, or they see the clouds and look at the trees and all these things, and how can you deny that there's this perfect designer that made all this stuff and that's the whole explanation? I see a tree. I do see the same beauty that you see, but I also see the millions and millions of years of evolutionary history. I see the way that it fits into its ecosystem, into its environment. I see the way that it relies on so many other living and non-living things, the same way that so many other living things and abiogenic processes also, or I should say abiotic, not abiogenic, but abiotic processes also rely on its existence. I see the photosynthetic processes and the biochemical processes that make that tree live and function. I see the biogeochemical cycles that are interconnected with that tree that make that tree literally physically connected to every other living thing ever. I see the same beauty. And then I also see all this other beauty. And so if anything, I would say that, the theist who's telling me that I don't see God's perfection, I'd say they're missing out on because I see all this stuff and it's also pretty. You know what I mean? And when you talk about how to make that an emotional connection rather than just an intellectual one, which is a good point. I think that there's a significant amount of data that shows that like going through strife and suffering and hard times and things like that is incredibly bonding and unifying for communities. This is why, in the military, you all consider yourselves family after you just went through fucking hell together, through training and everything else. So when we look over the course of human history, not even the whole 200,000 years, just look at, just across the later part of the Ice Age, the late Pleistocene, what were humans doing? What were we up against? Coming into North America, you've got Arctodus, the short-faced bear, giant fucking 13-foot grizzly bear monster. You've got Megatherium, the giant ground sloths. You've got Titanus, the terror bird, a frickin' like ostrich monster looking thing with a hooked bill the size of my torso. You've got Gigantopithecus blacki, the largest great ape that ever lived. If there was ever a Bigfoot, that, my God, and Gutsy Gibbon disagrees with me on that, but I don't care. And you've got Smilodons hanging out and about. At this time, there were lions in North America. Like, you've got immense, horrific, crazy shit that we went up against. Not only the fauna, but my God, the weather patterns and the flora that we had to deal with. The fact that we, this weird species of mostly hairless ape, outlived all the other human species, survived the Ice Age, and went on to fling ourselves and our machines into interplanetary space is deeply moving and unifying to me. And also, consider the fact that there have been a few bottleneck events over the course of human history, which reduced our numbers down to a few thousand, tens of thousands, maybe even just a few thousands. Humans very nearly went extinct a couple of times. I know I have two parents, and I know they had two parents, so I have four grandparents. I can name all four of them. I know they also had two parents apiece. So now that's 4 times 2 is 8. So I've got 8 great-grandparents here. I don't think I could name very many of them. And then I go again. They've each got 2. So I've got 16 great-grandparents here. I don't know a single one of their names. You go again and again and again. By the time you get to about 12, 13 generations, you've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. You get to a certain point, you've got thousands and thousands and thousands of people. What's the chance if we go back 20 generations, what's the chance that the thousands and thousands of people that are all necessary for your existence, also a couple of them are necessary for my existence? The overlap is inevitable, especially considering these bottleneck events that reduced our numbers so greatly. The overlap is complete. And that's backed by genetic evidence, modern genetic evidence, showing that the most diverse people that you can possibly pick, someone who was native to Argentina all the way to someone who's native to Thailand, are more genetically similar than any two black Africans or any two random chimpanzees are. Humans are a laughably interbred species. And so we have these deep connections. And so when I say that we're all family, as a biologist, I fucking mean it. It's not just to say that we're all in this together and that we have, one chance to do things right and to take care of each other. That's true. But also, we are all literally very, very closely related. And we've all been through some fucking crazy things that would, put, the most amazing, fantastical fairy story to shame. I think that is some scientific knowledge that could be used to build emotional connections.
Yeah, and so given that, you just really illustrated it to a very good degree, is that we have this incredible story of where we came from, of not just human past, but also our evolutionary history, even back to abiogenesis. We have a pretty good idea of where we came from, and that's all that most religions are trying to answer, right?
Yeah.
It's, what is the story of us? So given that, through the history of science, through all these different fields, we have pretty good answers. What is it that is not inspiring incredible works of art, incredible architecture? Why aren't people getting up, on Sundays to learn about Smilodon, right?
Yeah.
So why don't we have a built-in structure that is not necessarily religious, but analogous to religion, where why don't people want to wake up and learn about our history? Why do we have to wait until middle school or high school where we take a biology course?
I would say, and I want to hear your opinion on this.
A lot of people get access to this information through YouTube and people like you and Erica and Dapper Dino and all those people and Aron Ra, but that's mostly targeted toward adults, right? You have to wait at least until you're at that age that you start exploring random corners of the internet to really be exposed to that. Why isn't it more built into just how we raise people?
Right. I would say there's a couple of things to consider. A couple of them are obvious, and then the other ones are not so much obvious. The obvious ones being culture and history. When we look back at the great art and the great architecture of the past, those people, artists and architects and whatnot, they need to make a living. The church had the money. They did the things the church, and also the political power. They did the things that the church were going to tell them to do and would pay them to do. And so now we have a history, a cultural history of that being a thing. And so there's this beautiful, great artwork, and also this is a business. You talk to any. Eve Was Framed is another atheist content creator who used to be a church worship leader, and she talked extensively about how she was trained and learned how to evoke emotional reactions in people by bringing the lights down at this time and the music up at this time and all these things. It's a science of eliciting these responses in people. And then the not so much obvious things, I would say, is the way that we talk about science. Science and science education, especially in this country, and the accessibility of science education in this country. If you talk to most people about what it is to be a scientist, they immediately imagine old white men with big white beards and long white coats doing whatever esoteric, completely ununderstandable thing that they're deciding to do on that day. There have been countless studies where they'll ask children, little elementary school kids, who wants to be in the science club, and everybody uniformly, all genders want to be a part of it. And then if they ask, oh, but it's only for really smart kids, immediately girls drop out because of the social pressures that we put on young girls. We look at coding classes. There's an example of that. I think it was from Girls Who Code. I think that's the reason why the organization started. I could be wrong on this. There's these stories about they would have coding classes for kids, and the girls would come up and say, I can't do this, it's too hard. And you look at their computer and it's blank page, nothing on it. And if you hit undo a whole bunch of times, they have lines and lines and lines of beautiful code with one single mistake. And they are taught that it's better to not show up than to not be perfect, as opposed to boys who get it wrong, fail, nobody cares, because that's the whole point of being a boy. So when we talk about the culture of science and science education, it's framed as being very elitist. It has a history, not just the framing, but it has a history of being very sexist. It has a history of being very racist. And these are things that we are still trying to work our way out of today. And it's still, unfortunately, controversial to admit that science is a very narrow lens to look through the universe, which is a necessary thing. It's a good thing to make sure that we're focusing in on things. But that oftentimes comes with the baggage, and it historically has come with the baggage of ethnocentrism and sexism as well. And so that's, we see so many great scientists coming up with different gender identities, different ethnicities, different whatever, with amazing ideas because they have different heuristics than what people like me were raised with. Huge thing that's super important is just making science more accessible and making sure it's more inclusive. Yeah. And that is the whole point of the future of science education, in my opinion, is to solve that problem. Because you're right, it's people should want to get out of bed in the morning and learn about this stuff. We should have something where every Sunday people want to get around and learn about the awesome history of the Playa Pleistocene and what was going on. That should be, people should be excited to go to school for these things. But we teach people that it's hard, and we teach people that it's only for smart white men, and that's just not the case. Again, I've been rambling for a long time. Naomi, I'm hoping you have something else as well to add, because I promise you, if you don't force your way in, I will talk the entire time.
Gotcha. No, it's definitely huge to do all this kind of outreach programs. We've seen lots of success from things like STEM fairs to little like coding competitions, just things that like get people involved and get people curious. It would definitely be really cool to imagine a world where, we had a Sunday school, but for engineering projects or something like that. And I think you can definitely make the emotional appeal there. There was another point that Forrest brought up about kind of like making those emotional appeals with religion. I think another really strong one is we can focus on how much religion has throughout history attempted to limit science and limit the possibilities of human understanding through like the suppression of like the heliocentric solar system, to things like how Alan Turing was targeted for being homosexual despite making huge contributions to founding computer science. And even like in the modern day, pushes against things like stem cell research or other types of research which are deemed controversial in the religious viewpoint. You can definitely make the emotional appeals, and I think it's very good to understand kind of the emotions which lead people into those religious ways of thinking, because you really need to understand where they're at that emotional level to properly appeal to them. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't quite think I got your point about Alan Turing.
Oh, Alan Turing was targeted for being homosexual by the church, and ended up taking his life from the ways that they tried to convert him out of it.
Science and the way people are accepted. Yeah. But yeah, I absolutely agree with all your points. Is the accessibility, the equity of making this something that everybody can get excited about. That's not I guess separated into like what roles people should and shouldn't take. Yeah, I really like all your points. I don't really know what else to talk about, but
that's all right. If we've answered all your questions, we're going to jump on the next call, man.
That's a success in my book. Thank you so much for coming on.
I will bring up one thing. Yeah. I will bring up one thing. Have you guys ever been to the Sagrada Familia in Spain?
I have not.
In Barcelona? No, but you know about it? Made by Anthony Gaudi.
I've never heard of him. I'm sorry.
Sorry? Never heard of him. All right. You have to look up the Sagrada Familia. This is one of the most incredible cathedrals that is out there. It is, it is a Christian cathedral. However, Anthony Gaudi really was interested in putting nature into his architecture. And so you go to this cathedral, you walk in, and the door, there's the massive pillars, and one side there's a tortoise holding up the pillar, and the other side is a sea turtle. And you look at the doors, and it's all these leaves kind of ingrained in it, and inside the leaves you see all these little beetles and spiders and all these little bugs. And you walk into the cathedral, and you look up, and all the pillars inside are made to look like a forest. Like you're walking in, you just look up and you feel like you're in this forest, and all the lighting is kind of built around that, creating that sensation. And I just love that idea that using nature as inspiration for or using nature to create inspiration.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at pictures of it right now. This looks dope. Really, and that's the thing, man. I want someday, when I rise to power, I will encourage. I will hire architects to build such monumental, amazing things, and it'll be the damn science museum. It'll be great.
Heck yes. I'm a friend.
Anyway, thank you so much, Jacob. I really appreciate you calling in. Great conversation, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Even though it was mostly just me rambling, I'm so sorry. Take care. Bye. With that, we've got a few other callers that I want to get to, and I see two in particular that I'm really excited about. So, Naomi, you study computer science, but I've heard you talk at length about trans issues, about biology, about sex and gender. I've even written to you a couple of times asking for a couple of your sources on things because I wanted to use them as well. I've got somebody on the line here who it seems wants to talk about these issues. This is Dave, pronouns he, him, from Kansas. The little prompt here says it's about my sex and sensibility video, which, as I've said a million times before, I hate that video. It was my first long form YouTube video ever, and I'm banging on the table, messing with the microphone, and my language is inconsistent, and I would do it so much differently if I could redo it today, and I want to redo it today. So with that in mind, hi, Dave. Please let me know what you want to talk about this topic.
Well, for what it's worth, Forrest, I want to say that I feel like you did the video really well. It's with trans things, I've been trying to find ways to engage and talk to my kids about it.
Hey, Dave, real quick, your audio's clipping super bad. If you can either move your mic away, or if we're on speakerphone, if you'd take us off of that, or something.
It might be because I'm outside. So hold on, let me get back inside.
Clipping's usually because of volume. It's that your microphone's real sensitive, and it's like somebody's popping popcorn at the end of all of your syllables.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Is this a little bit better?
A little bit, but I would even say if you can move it even further. Were you on speakerphone before?
I was up until my beat thing happened, and then I took it off speaker.
So right there at the end of your sentence where you talked a little bit quieter, everything was perfect. So if you can just hold sort of at that volume level, I think we'll be good.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thanks, Dave.
Yep. Shoot, where was I? Oh, so I've been trying to find ways to talk to my kids about some of this stuff, just because they're at that age where they are going through puberty and starting going through change and stuff like that. And I didn't want them to I didn't want them to think anything was off, and I was trying to find a way for them to be able to see people as people, and how sometimes things could be.
Oh, Jesus Christ! What's happening?
I was trying to fix the audio. I was trying to fix the audio, and then I broke it a little bit.
Fuck you, Jimmy.
That was your countdown to finish your sentence, Dave.
But so when I saw that video, I've been watching some of your videos before. I had never seen that one. But when I saw that, you nailed it, because one of my daughters had her first girlfriend who was transitioning. Well, when they started dating, it was a girlfriend, and then he decided to transition to a boy. Or didn't decide, but came out as he feels like he's a boy inside.
We get what you mean.
Yeah.
If you were calling in to debate the existence of these things, I would absolutely call you out on that shit. But I get where you're coming from. It's cool.
Yeah. they're all going through change. And
Dave. Sorry, we're just back to where we were before, guy. We're just back to where we were before, where it's just real bad. Yeah. What I would even do if you're holding it against your ear, take it all the way back and have your microphone pointed at like your neck. You know what I mean? Like really like straight down or something, and see if that helps. But yeah, it's just real bad. So, but thank you.
Right by here, good.
I don't know. Yeah, that wasn't enough. There was. Better? I think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Just keep the volume down, and we'll be good.
All right. So, where am I trying to go? Oh, so her boyfriend ended up moving, and my daughter has selective mutism, so she has a hard time talking about anything that's like nerve-wracking or anything that she gets anxious about. She can't really talk. Sure. And I completely missed how upset she was about this. So I gathered her, and my other two kids are about the same age. There's 5 total, but the 2 older ones that are also going through puberty. I had them all watch that video, and it just like turned her around, seeing like, hey, this happens, and like I was able to use your video as a way, like, hey, so whenever you see anyone, everyone's going through changes. Don't hate on anyone. Don't, it's not everything gets, and your video made it so easy for me to kind of break it down for them. Like it was a little bit above their level on some spots, so it's really easy for me to fill in the gaps where they weren't understanding. Obviously,
I really appreciate that.
7th and 8th graders, but it was
right.
Like my daughter was going through hard depression up until I was able to take them all through that, and and I just really appreciate, I know you didn't like how that video was, but I felt, it was a really invaluable tool for helping me kind of reach the kids and give them a really good understanding.
I think the most important takeaway here is I appreciate you saying so. Really, that does mean a lot to me. And I think the most important takeaway here is the fact that, like, when we talk about sex ed for young kids, very often people hear this as like that we're going to actually be teaching about like how sex works, and that we're going to be talking about like showing some kindergartners pictures of penises and vaginas and things like that. When really it's no different than any other topic. If I was teaching biology to a group of kindergartners, I would talk to them about like what plants and animals are. I wouldn't need to go into like super advanced cell biology. I don't need to be like, all right, and this is the width of a peptidoglycan layer between gram-negative and gram-positive bacteria. They don't need to know that shit, But they need to know things like this is what a plant is, and this is what an animal is, and this is why they're different, and this is why how they work together. And so, if you show a kindergarten class, a Disney movie where Prince Charming comes along and meets the princess and they live happily ever after, you have just done sex education. You just introduced them to heterosexuality. You just taught them about this concept. When they go home and here's mom and dad, they not what are they going to say? Who are you? I am dad and this is mom, and I have nothing else to say about the situation. Like, what? Who are you? How do you relate to me? How do you relate to each other? Like, you're teaching them this. You are teaching them sex ed. You're teaching them about gender. You're teaching them about sexuality and sexual orientation. Like, and these are age-appropriate lessons in these things. Just because we can name them and they have the word sex in the title doesn't mean that they're scary or inappropriate. And so, as much as much to my chagrin that you're enjoying this video, is that the fact that saying, hey, also, gay people exist, and trans people exist, and bisexual people exist. You don't have to sit here and explain, and here's how 2 dudes fuck. Like, you don't have to get into this. You can't just say, hey, this is mom and dad, and here's mom and mom, and here's dad and dad, and here's mom and her non-binary partner, whatever they want to be called. Like that's a totally age-appropriate and acceptable way to introduce kids at the puberty level or below to the fact that, hey, there's options here. You're probably going to fit into one of these 2 boxes, but on the off chance that you don't, that's cool too. Here's what that's all about. That shouldn't be scary or controversial at all.
Yeah,
no,
absolutely.
Not at all.
Kids are just like information sponges, and they will absorb the world around them. And kind of the interesting caveat that comes around with that is that they will also absorb all the biases in the world around them. And so if they are absorbing these biases where it's seen that, heterosexuality is the only option, being cisgender, being not transgender is the only option, then that can lead them to internalize some negative attitudes towards people that don't meet those biases. We have studies on young children showing really extreme biases along the lines of gender, along the lines of race, along the lines of sexuality. And this can eventually manifest in bullying, in poor behaviors, and just some really bad stuff, even into adulthood. But if we can just, teach a more holistic view of the ways in which humans come, various different forms, be it biologically, sociologically, psychologically, all these different ways humans come, and that's okay, and that's just how people exist. That fact about the world, it helps people to live a better life within a diverse society and be more accepting of just all these different ways that people are, and that's awesome.
Yeah, literally just exposure to different ideas, different cultures, different worldviews, different people, and learning that it's not being gay or bi or trans or non-binary or whatever. It's not a matter of opinion and something that you just were taught is acceptable, and I don't think it's acceptable. It's actually it's an ontological argument. It's a state of being. It's just a way that you are. And like you even caught yourself earlier on, they didn't decide to transition. They learned who they were. They realized, actually, I'm a boy. And so now I need to start living this way. I love the fact that you caught that, because that's so important. And like because that's usually the way that it's presented. Like, and now this person woke up today and decided to put on a dress and they liked it and now they think they're a girl. Like, no, they learned more about themselves and they figured out, actually, this works better for me. And this is where I feel more comfortable and more aligned, like emotionally, mentally, physiologically. And what's so cool about
and
that
one
is
of the
that,
scariest things I think is, sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. I was just going to say that we live in a bizarrely heteronormative society, and most people don't get the opportunity to think about these things. And I think that everybody should, no matter how secure or sure you are about your gender identity, sexuality, whatever, take the time to think about it. Because there's a difference between sexual orientation, erotic orientation, and romantic orientation. There's a difference between sex and gender. There's a difference between gender identity and pronoun usage and gender performativity. There's all these things are on different planes of existence, and you should take the time to think about what works best for you and what actually fits for your brain, because it may just be, I'm not saying it is, but there's a possibility that there's something about your perception of yourself that is more something that was taught to you than something that you actually feel. And, maybe sometimes if you sit there and think about it a little bit, you might be like, actually, you know what? Might be a little gay, and that's cool. And that's you deserve to be happy and to be sure of yourself and to know that. And it shouldn't be scary to explore those things. Worst case scenario, you find something new about yourself, and then you get to explore this new interesting facet of you, Yeah,
definitely. Like, I like to joke around a lot. Anyone that tells me I'm 100% straight, I'm like, no one's 100% anywhere. Everyone's on the gradient. You might be on the higher end, but you are not all the way over there. Because let me tell you, there'll be someone that'll have you questioning.
That's why I always say I'm as straight as I need to be. That's all I worry about.
Yep, there you go. And then as far as like bringing it with kids and stuff, one, as a parent, the scariest thing for me would to be not know my kid, or them being afraid of me knowing them or not knowing them. My daughter, when she came out as thinking she was all the way lesbian, and she only recently realized that she's maybe not as far as she thought. But and this is the one that has a selective mutism, that has a hard time with talking at all. So the fact that she's able to open up with me and her mom, or my ex-wife, which is her not real aunt, but we call her aunt because we have a really good co-parenting thing going. But it would terrify me if I couldn't know my kids after what I've tried to do for my kids and be there for them and all that. And and I know that not everyone's lucky in that way, so I try to make sure my kids always strive to understand, before they're understood, obviously, but also to understand and just accept people for who they are, regardless of whether they are straight, gay, or trans, or anything, anywhere, just know the personality, their character,
Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't
that a radical idea
for me? Yeah, you would think that would be normal, but
It's the, very often when we talk about these things, you still have countless bills being introduced right now talking about how we're not going to teach sex and gender identity and all this stuff and sexual orientation to children because that's inappropriate. We shouldn't be teaching kids about this. And then we get to what we just talked about. Okay, so how are you going to teach people? What if you teach about Eleanor Roosevelt or the or Michelle Obama? Who is Michelle Obama? Well, she was Barack Obama's husband. You just taught a lesson on sexuality and gender identity and all these things. And so really it's just homosexuality and it's just trans people that they're trying to outlaw because they can't divorce the ideas of femininity and sexuality in their mind. They can't divorce these things in their head where they talk about, oh, as a gay person, all that is butt sex. That's all that is. That's and like that's all they can possibly connect to that. Okay. And like that's their problem. That's not the world's. That's not the kids' problem. And it also, in my opinion, it kind of is betraying the internalized misogyny there as well. In that, like when we talk about feminism, when we talk about lesbians, when we talk about trans women or whatever, and this all of a sudden becomes 100% about sex and sexuality, all you're showing me is that you don't think of women aside from the idea that this is an object meant for sexual gratification. That's what you told me just now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel like I lucked out kind of because when I grew up, my mom was jokingly, we called her a man hater. She's straight and all that, so it's not a comment against her sexual orientation at all. But she definitely gave me a really feministic worldview, which I was able to kind of carry on and do with, or provide for my kids. Except, and in my opinion, a little bit better, which is what every kid should try to do for their kid is better than their parents, because. Like my mom was very much abstinence, purity culture. Like she wasn't hardcore conservative like the rest of my family was, but she was like breaking away from it. But I still got some of the upbringing of that end. And I know for a fact that teaching, don't worry about it, don't ignore it, go away, that's just going to make people like investigate more and then not tell their parents about what they're thinking about or going through. And yeah.
Yeah, you bring up a really important point that, especially when there's a lot of ignorance around these subjects, another really bad consequence of these kinds of bills is that it prevents people from gaining the knowledge they need to know if they're being abused, for example. And, obviously, like an abusive parent isn't going to teach their kid that they're being abused. And so having kind of that like base level knowledge to know what's appropriate versus inappropriate at like the school level is super important, just so that we can actually protect children.
Oh yeah, and like I said, with a daughter with the selective mutism, that's like a nightmare scenario for me. That like, am I sure she's comfortable with everything enough to be able to let us know if something happens? Because it's already hard enough for her to talk about normal everyday things, and like I feel like I'm doing well because of the things she does bring to us right away. So not to pat myself on the shoulder too hard or rest of my laurels by any means, but that's definitely been one of the big drivers. Is when she came down, when we found out she has selective mutism, is like, okay, how are we going to make sure she is comfortable to talk with us about anything and everything, whatever, and it's paid off by a lot. It's so cool watching her, find herself and discover herself and, not have to tiptoe around anything,
But one of my favorite things, I love when we have these big debates about wokeism and about pushing sex and gender on this and that. When you see Tucker Carlson freaking out because the M&Ms aren't sexy enough for him anymore and things like that. It's like these are it's okay. So first of all, why are you trying to fuck the cartoon? And also, number two, it's clearly like this cartoon doesn't have genitals or chromosomes or any of the other things that you think are determinative of sex and gender. So therefore, you're admitting for sure that there's something beyond that that's important, right? Like, does that play? I don't know. I did one of my first times I was ever on one of these shows. It was with Shannon Q on her channel, and we were talking about when Lucky Charms came out with unicorn-shaped marshmallows. And I remember seeing all over the news, people were really upset about how these were so gay, and they're going to turn the kids gay because they're going to be eating the gay every day with these gay marshmallows. And I'm like, dude, I tried
frogs,
them.
man.
They
It's the
tasted like
frogs.
Lucky Charms.
Dave, you can't. Come on, Dave. You yelled again.
My bad.
It's already been pretty bad for the whole thing. Here's what we're gonna do, Dave. I'm gonna let them finish up responding, but I think we're gonna go ahead and drop the call here, and then they'll just finish off air. So if you'll go ahead and just listen on YouTube, that'd be great.
All right, thank
Cool.
you.
Yeah, take care, Dave. It's been a great call. You're fine. You're fine. Yeah, no, I remember that. It's so ridiculous. There's so many people were considering. They even had like a commercial with like just a kid talking about Lucky Charms, and the kid was slightly more androgynous, I suppose. They had shorter hair and they were wearing like overalls or whatever, and they're like, I can't tell if this is a boy or a girl. This is training kids and the woken dog. Like, you can't decide if you need to be sexually attracted to the kid, and that's what your problem is. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I tried the freaking Lucky Charms. I tried the marshmallows. They tasted like Lucky Charms. At no point was I like, oh yeah, unicorn. I wonder what dick tastes like. It never happened because that's not a fucking thing's work. Oh my God, dude. It's so freaking, it bothers me. So we've got a few other calls here that I want to jump into. This one is pertinent to what we were just talking about, and I think it might be way more up your alley than mine, Naomi, because I've heard you talk about this a lot. We've got Tyler, pronouns he, him, calling in from New York, wants to talk about gender-affirming care, it looks like. Tyler, you're on the line. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Absolutely,
Hello?
yeah.
Perfect. It just seems like there was a lag, but that might be my fault, so I apologize for that.
There will be a difference between the stream and what you hear on your headset. So I would just try not to watch the stream if you can help it.
Okay. Let's see. So, trying to think where I should begin. So I apologize for that. I do have a question pertaining to gender-affirming care because I'm an atheist. I've been an atheist now for about a year. I left the Christian faith about a year ago, and my politics has sort of evolved to, admittedly, I was more of a traditional conservative, but then I started to change my opinions on certain things. It ultimately began with a course on war, and that really changed my perspective on foreign policy and such, and that led me down a trail of more or less becoming a moderate, emphasis on the word moderate, libertarian. And I worked on some different campaigns, and most of the people I worked with were pretty traditional conservative, and now I'm working as an accountant for a staffing firm, so I'm no longer in politics. And when I would talk to some of my friends on the campaign, the social issues is where I would sort of disagree with them, because like I may agree with them on tax policy or whether or not the Federal Reserve should exist or whatever it may be economically or relating to the government's role in the state. But this is where I had like a major like departure from conservatives is the issue over LGBT issues, because it boils down to live and let live. I don't really care how another person lives their lifestyle, and I would always be able to sort of like box them in, because I'll say, aren't you in favor of limited government? Why are you in favor of having the state intervene to tell people how they can live their life? And I wanted to ask you specifically, because this is where I sort of may have like drawn a blank, and I don't know necessarily how to respond to this answer, is they'll say, okay, fine. What about children? And they will ask, do you think children should be able to have sex reassignment surgery? And I'm like, oh, I don't know, because, you know, if we have a worldview of consent, we believe that adults have rational consent. like you wouldn't give a kid like a beer, or you wouldn't bring your child to a strip club, or at least you shouldn't. So I just didn't know how to respond to that. So I wanted to get your opinion on that specific matter. So sorry for the whole rabbit hole there.
Yeah, no, that's fine. If it just really quick, if a child, the little kid, had cancer, and the doctors determined that the best thing to do for this cancer was to remove one of their lungs. Say it was lung cancer, and they're going to take out one of their lungs. So this is an organ that they're removing from this child. It's going to affect them for the rest of their life. Can the child consent to that surgery?
No.
But is it still important to have that surgery?
Yes, I can see where you're going with this. This is a fair point.
Yeah. So, like, the American Medical Association's president put out a statement. There's a whole article you can look up where he goes into great detail about this. And he even puts a line in there about why not just the AMA, but every major medical association supports gender-affirming care for increasing the health, physical and mental health outcomes, and making better physical and mental health outcomes for trans patients. So there's a common misconception that, some kid's going to like rock up into a doctor's office and sneak out of school and be like, yo, I want to be a girl today. And they're going to take some hedge clippers to their genitals, and that's going to be their whole life now. This is no different than any other medical procedure. There's no different than any other, medical issue. This is going to be a long, careful, well thought out process between a child and that child's family and several medical professionals. So why isn't there a big argument about consent when we're talking about any other healthcare related issue? Naomi, I know you have something to say about this. I'm sorry, that was just where my mind went immediately.
There's quite a few things that I want to get into on that. And first off, is just like the framing is often so incredibly dishonest. Where when they use the phrase children, I mean, we're typically referring to teenagers. It wouldn't really make sense for somebody to receive any kind of like medical treatment relating to gender transition unless they had already been around the onset of puberty. That would be the optimal time to apply puberty blockers, and then it would be years after that where you would even consider cross-sex hormones as an option. And so we're really talking about teenagers when we're talking about this kind of medical consent. And broadly throughout the medical system, we recognize that there is a difference between medical consent and other forms of consent. So, for example, this is why we have so many different medical standards which allow kids and teenagers to access medicine. Things like antidepressants, things like ADHD meds. What the scientists do is they have lots of different populations, which do include teenagers, and they find, okay, are there certain conditions that these populations have? Do they benefit from certain medications? And with the help of doctors and therapists and psychiatrists, can we identify those populations with benefit from these forms of treatment? And that is exactly what's going on for gender-affirming care as well. So if you were going to, take this conservative argument to the logical extreme, we would have to be banning antidepressants for teenagers. We have to be banning ADHD meds for teenagers. We would be banning all of these forms of medicine in an extremely authoritarian move where we have now the government making decisions overriding doctors and psychiatrists and major medical institutions that are doing research and establishing guidelines based on those research. And I just think that the best system we have for figuring out who is going to benefit from various types of medicine is going to be doctors and researchers and not governments.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is, we have these, there are still being bills passed today in Tennessee and one in, I believe, in Missouri recently, where they're forcibly detransitioning trans kids. They're outlawing gender-affirming care for children until they're like at some ridiculous age, like 27 or something like this. And there are a lot of people cheering these things and saying, oh, this is so evil, this is so vile, this is so terrible, we have to get rid of this stuff. And I challenge anybody who is cheering any of these decisions, any of these bills, give me one other instance when you would be happy that the government has the power to override the expert opinions of doctors and also take away the rights of parents to decide how best to raise their own children and tell you what medical procedures you can and can't access. When would you ever be okay with that in any other scenario? I guarantee if there was a bill passed that said all children must be vaccinated against COVID, it would be insane. There would be outcry. People would be losing their minds. But when we say, no, I don't care what you want for your child. I don't care what the doctors and scientists say. I don't care what the best medical experts in the country say. I'm telling you what access to care you get. And I'm telling you what you can and can't do for your child. And for some reason, people are thinking that this is a win for small government and conservatism. It makes absolutely no sense. By the way, I'm going to put this in the chat, what I referenced. This is a publication from the American Medical Association. I'm putting it here in the live chat. It's called "Everyone Deserves Quality Medical Care Delivered Without Bias," published by the president of the American Medical Association, Jack Resnick, MD. And right here in the third section here, the importance of gender-affirming care, it begins with the sentence: "Every major medical association recognizes the vital role of gender-affirming care in improving the physical health and mental well-being of transgender individuals. Widely accepted standards of care and clinical guidelines recommended a staged process for transgender minors that enable young people to explore and live the gender that they choose while keeping options open. Studies have consistently demonstrated that providing gender-affirming care is both age-appropriate and evidence-based, leads to improved mental health outcomes. Conversely, denying such care is linked to a greater incidence of anxiety, depression, and self-harm." So this is not the liberal agenda here. This is the best science we have, the best medicine we have, being applied the best way we know how. And some people, because they're not familiar with trans folks, decided that this is a new thing and that it's something that needs to be done away with, when in fact the truth is trans people have been here the whole time, y'all. They're just starting to talk, and you don't like that.
I appreciate your thoughts, honestly. I was just trying to get some more information from you two, because obviously you're more versed in this topic than I am. And I would always have these conversations with friends and family who are more right than I am on the political spectrum. And everything you said makes complete sense of, it's sort of like a contradiction in philosophy when a lot of these conservatives, they'll say, I don't think the state should be involved in X, Y, and Z, but then all of a sudden they want the state to be involved here. And so it's just like an incoherence in political philosophy, in my opinion.
Right. It's again, it's kind of that silly contradiction of we want the government out of our business unless you're in our business. Then we want the government involved in you. It's very strange.
Right.
Anyway, we're gonna go and move on to the next thing. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say that's why I think I can agree with them to a certain point, but then I jump ship and just say, hey, you got to make sure that you're consistent here. If you want to be for limited government, then be for limited government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tough. Anyway, we've got a few more calls on the line, and it looks like we've actually lost a couple of calls because people don't want to wait. So we're going to move on. But thank you so much, Tyler. I appreciate you calling in.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay. We've got a ton of good calls. And unfortunately, like I said, we've already, a couple of people didn't win a way around, which sucks because we always have this issue. We always have this issue where whenever we have really cool secular debaters, the theists don't want to call. And we had a couple of them. We had one dude who was in the chat. I was going to pull him in next. And one dude who said that he has 4 different proofs of the resurrection of Jesus. I had one person who was in here saying that they had proof of God through Mitochondrial Eve. I was so excited. And they're fucking gone. So
I think Mitochondrial Eve is queuing back up, but I don't know if it was actually a theist call. So that's the only thing.
Okay. Well, hey, I'm into it. But yeah, I hope that we get some more because those are always so much fun. If you're a theist and you're out there watching this and you want to rage at us about the Bibli or about the gender theory or whatever, let us know. And you're right. Mitochondrial Eve has queued back up, and it wasn't a theist caller. I bet I know what this person's going to ask then, but we'll see. Jess, pronouns she, her, calling in from Australia. You're on the line. Thank you so much for calling back. What's going on with you?
Hi, sorry. I've been having problems with the website. I think it might be because I'm in Australia, so that's probably the issue. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it could be,
Yes,
but
we
also
can.
just don't leave the browser at all during the call. That's usually the number one reason people have trouble with the web caller.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I can't get the number to work. Either that or I don't know how to put the funny number in.
It's okay. We'll actually, this is a good point to plug this, as we're working on getting a new call system, and we'll have a local Australia number. But anyway, go on. Let me shut up.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So I was wanting to ask about, like, basically for context. I grew up in, like, a fully atheist home. I was rarely exposed to religion, actually, for my early life until high school, where I went to a Protestant Christian college, and there was a lot of religious people there. And one of the main things they used as, like, evidence, which I had never heard of before they'd said this, was Mitochondrial Eve.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if Forrest could, because I've actually asked this on your TikTok before, but I just wonder if you could explain further and more.
Yeah. So your mitochondria have their own DNA. There's this really cool thing. It's called endosymbiosis, which is when one organism lives inside of another organism in such a way that they cannot be separated. They're now inextricably linked. And so this is endosymbiosis. And what happened about 1.5 billion years ago is that mitochondria used to be their own free living organisms. They were basically bacteria. And one of them got engulfed by an animal cell and just didn't leave. It didn't get digested because it's super duper good at making energy from glucose. It can turn glucose into adenosine triphosphate, or ATP, which is the chemical energy that your cells use to do pretty much anything. And they're stupid good at doing this, at making this. And so the mitochondria got protection inside of the host cell by not being eaten and not being exposed to other elements. And the host cell got a surplus of energy. And we have several lines of evidence to support this. This is not just our random guesses. Again, mitochondria have their own DNA. That DNA is ring-shaped, which is a prokaryotic bacterial thing. Mitochondria divide on their own. They don't wait for your cells to divide. They do it all by themselves. They have a double membrane layer, one of which is more of a prokaryotic cell membrane, the other one being one from your cells is a membrane-bound organelle. Chloroplasts are also in this realm. Chloroplasts used to be free-living, independent things as well. And so you have, this thing, this what is essentially a bacteria that is no longer alive. It has lost the ability to live on its own outside of our cells. So it is now not completing.
I'm sorry, I just had a question.
Yeah.
I'm aware of, like, the biology, because I did study this in biology. Sorry. I guess my question is, I should specify. Yeah, I studied biology and environmental science, so we kind of went in depth with that side of thing. I guess my question is, how my friend who used it as evidence said. I guess I want more further explanation about how that's, like, why is it I know it's not actual evidence, but why is it considered evidence for like a lot of religious people, I guess? Because I'm kind of confused because
I'll skip several steps because I was giving you all the background. I didn't realize you already knew this stuff. But so
no, that's okay.
So because mitochondria are still evolving, even though they're dead, even though they're not alive, they're still replicating, they're still evolving. We still see changes in DNA, and so we can actually use mitochondrial DNA to identify different animals and different plants and different species. So what's cool about this is that when we look at humans, we can trace, we all get our mitochondria from our mothers, usually. There's a few cases where that isn't the case, but usually you get mitochondria from egg cells. And we can trace this back, and we look and we see at a certain point in human history that there is a point where a common ancestor, one individual human from which all of our mitochondria share this link. And so that's what we're talking about with Mitochondrial Eve, quote. It's just a way of saying we can trace all of our mitochondria back to this one individual, this hypothetical, theoretical individual. And in the same way, there's a Y chromosomal atom, because generally speaking, you would get a Y chromosome from a father. Not always true again, but like generally speaking, it is. And so you would trace this back to a father, and sure enough, there was a theoretical one single human from which all of our Y chromosomes derive. And of course, they've changed since then, and they're a little bit different, but they come back to these two people. The reason why it's used in religious talking points is because, number one, it's got that we use mythology and poetry and things like this to make things more easily consumable by the public.
Yeah.
So calling these things Adam and Eve. What people fail to realize, and there's a lot of people out there that use this as evidence, saying, see, there's these two people and they lived, and this is proof of the blah, blah, blah. There are a couple of things. Number one, like I said, that's not always true. That's not always how it works. It's just generalization. And also, when we look at the actual evidence for this, these people probably lived around 100,000 years apart. So, like, even if that wasn't true, also... Well, we still had mitochondria and Y chromosomes before them, and we've had them after them. This is just one individual point where, like, if you look up, like, any species ever, you can, you go past a certain point, this one individual animal is either the ancestor of all humans or it is not. You know what I mean? And so it's the same way when we're talking about these little genetic traits. But yeah, it's and there's Jimmy just pointed in here there are multiple species, and there are that have mitochondrial Eves that are still alive today. I guess he's saying that, like, they're so similar. I'm not sure what he means by this.
No. Okay, the mitochondrial Eve. First of all, we don't only have one, and current day there are people alive today who will be the human race's future mitochondrial Eves as well. Like they're,
I see what you mean.
Yeah, that's how it all works. It's bizarre. Anyway, that's what I was trying to say it in a silent note.
Well, I wanted to read it. It sounded cool.
I'm trying to it's so interesting. I'm just trying to conceptualize, like, how, like, why there's, like, the male and the female, like, are so far apart in, like, years. When I mean, like, sorry, I'm not explaining myself very well.
You mean is it sounding like you're saying, how is it that we derive this one Y chromosome and this one mitochondrial DNA when these two people weren't directly breeding together?
Yes, that's my question. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, we had Y chromosomes before this dude. This is just a one bottleneck event where we see this one particular gene sequence happens to proliferate amongst males, and so, like, it's
that
not.
Makes sense.
Like, yeah. So it's not necessary that these guys. You can have a gene become fixed in your genome, and they're in the genome of a population at any point. It just needs the necessary selection pressure. So yeah, there are different
based on population.
Always, and what gets me is that, like, if a religious person, if a theist wants to try to use this as evidence, then, like, either like if they were separated 100,000 years apart, well, then that takes away the whole Garden of Eden story. That doesn't make any sense. If you want to say that they did live at the same time, well, then that would also throw things off, because the whole story of Noah's Ark was that, like, all the humans in the world died except for Noah and his family. So Noah and his 3 sons and then their wives, that would be the linking. So either the Garden of Eden story is wrong, or Noah's Ark story is wrong, or it's all fucking wrong. Like, it's one or the other or both.
I always thought that was so strange, because wouldn't you have, like, inbreeding and then you would just die because of inbreeding issues?
Yeah, you would, dude. Yeah.
Because like that's what happens in like really small populations, I suppose.
It's tough, dude. There's inbreeding isn't always an issue, but it's an issue a lot of the time. Especially with sex-linked diseases, it's a real bad time. But yeah, it's tough, dude. But yeah,
Also,
that's the long and short of it. It's one more reason why we shouldn't use mythological or poetic speaking when we're trying to explain science. It's really pretty, but it kind of fucks with the general discourse, you know?
It does. It's really annoying because my friends, unfortunately, they're in a cult situation, and it's so they take a lot of things very literally from, I guess, the Bible and stuff. So, yeah. I just have another question, if you guys have time. It's slightly off topic. If you guys have time.
Yeah, I've got a second. Yeah, we've got a few other callers, so we can't spend too long, but I would love to hear it.
Okay, yeah, it's not long, but basically, it's actually similar to your last call, I think. But basically, I have a slight issue with my dad. My dad's an atheist too, but he holds a lot of religious views, I think, from his upbringing, and I think it has more to do with like, because he has a lot of like transphobia, homophobia, and just kind of it's strange because he's very skeptical about a lot of things, but he is not willing to be skeptical about other things. It's confusing for me.
It's very common.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is that what your question was? Or just like, why is he skeptical?
Yeah, but also like, how can I deal with it? Because I've tried my best to kind of get him to learn, because I myself am queer as well, like queer. So it's hard to, I don't know, deal with, because he's so skeptical about religions and stuff. He was raised in religion, so he's very skeptical about that stuff, but he seems to hold on to this like homophobia and transphobia, and it's confusing for me, and I just don't really understand why he's not willing to learn about that when he was willing to be skeptical about his own religion and stuff.
For me, and I would love to hear your take on this as well, Naomi, because like for me, I've had great success when debating theists over the years. It just like, I always ask the question like, okay, you've explained to me everything you think about this. You've explained to me why you believe in these things. You explained to me all this stuff. Now the question is, would you use that exact same line of thinking for literally anything else? Can you name me one other thing that you would say exactly what you just said and have that be sufficient evidence? And very oftentimes, that's kind of a little bit of an eye-opener. And that's what shook me up. That's what got me out. I used to be some sort of half-assed neo-pagan, whatever the hell I was. And that's what shook me out of it, was like, oh, shit, I have a different set of rules, both logically and morally, for everything in the universe than I do for what my family taught me to believe in. And so, yeah, that's a really handy tool for me. And that's something that I love to bring up in conversation like this, because it's a little less confrontational, and it kind of helps people sit with their own thoughts rather than trying to debate you. They're debating themselves now, and that's helpful.
Yeah, definitely. I think you can make a very strong appeal to his skepticism in particular, and point out, you were skeptic about all of these things. There was obviously something that convinced you, some evidence that changed your mind. So, with respect to queer people, trans people, whatever, what kind of evidence would you need to see to believe in the validity of this population? And just kind of figuring out, if you can be moved over on certain topics, what is it that moves you over? What evidence would you even need to see? I think you have to kind of like think about that process before you even think about changing your position on those things.
Yeah, it's hard. I think it's all that because my dad's like, he's like in his 60s or 70s now. And so he has a lot of, I guess, and he's actually said to me that it was so taboo and it just wasn't a thing. Like, I say that in quotation marks because he didn't see it. So he has a lot of, I think he's also insecure because he doesn't know how to respond to it.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't prepared that yet. He's trained himself on how to respond to everything else. Like, this is something that's scary. It's outside of the norm. And people who pretend to be skeptical aren't good at new information. People who are skeptical, you're excited to learn something. You're excited to be proven wrong. You're excited to figure something new out. When something new comes along, you get curious. You want to dig into it. People who use the word skeptical to mean this is my justification for being religious and you can't tell me I'm wrong, tends to be the opposite, I find. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Anyway, we've got a few other folks we're going to jump into, but Jess, I really appreciate you calling in and asking us about this stuff. It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you, Jess.
Thank you so much. I've been watching you, Forrest, all your content since you've been on YouTube. Same with Jimmy too. Even though I'm really young, I've been and Matt.
I'm so sorry.
Well, I've been watching you guys for years. No, it's been the best. And it's actually been quite recent because I've been an atheist most of my life. I didn't know about religion much, but then when I found out religion was a huge factor in society, I was like, what? And so I got into watching you guys' content, and so it's been really, really interesting and amazing.
Well, that's awesome. I'm happy we were able to entertain at the very least.
Thank you so much. I'm always watching you guys' content, and I'm excited for your next Light of Evolution episode.
I don't think there will be any more. I only meant for that to be a 4-part series, but if I ever do make one, I have some ideas of stuff. Yeah, I covered everything I wanted to, and I actually missed out. I noticed that I left something really important out of the last one, and I had to put it into a reacteria later, and it's a problem. Anyway, we're gonna move on then, Jess. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Take care.
Thanks.
Hey, I missed something there. Could you explain it to me? I missed the thing I missed. I missed something there. That she said, "Thank you, also, Jimmy, even though I'm really young." What was the follow up? Because it sounded like she was just saying that I am too old to relate to. What was?
I'm pretty sure she was saying that she is still so young. She's kind of just now getting into these topics, and she doesn't have the experience of dealing with religion. She's kind of just learning that it's a big part of the world that she lives in, and so she's looking to us for information about that. That's what I was hearing.
She can send a $10 super chat calling me an old ass fogey next time. Jesus Christ!
Oh man. I'm still waiting to see if the freaking 4 proofs of Christ resurrection guy calls in.
I capped because we're already an hour and a half in, and we still have 3 calls left. So I capped calls. But do you want to explain to them the super chat game?
Yeah. So Jimmy suggested a game once again, not beforehand, but while we were streaming. Suggested a game.
I thought about it while I was pooping during the beginning of the show. So fucking sue me.
Naomi is a computer scientist. I'm a biologist. And so if you send in a super chat at whatever threshold he's decided, $10 or more, it looks like. If you send in a super chat saying, insert Forrest coin or insert Naomi coin, we will give you a random fun fact about our area of expertise. And that's what he thought would be fun. Now, the problem with this is, I don't know if you're the same way, Naomi, but I am a chronic overthinker. So while I'm sure I could give any random fact, I'm going to sit here for 10 freaking minutes every time being like, oh, but is that cool enough? And is this interesting for everybody? So I'm going to have to work on that just to try to get through this. We'll see what happens.
Fun fact selection's the hardest part.
It's so tricky
you assume everybody knows like 80% of what you know already, and like you don't want to tell them something stupid. You know what I mean? It's problematic. Okay, so I'm gonna move on to. I'm a little bit leery about this call because I don't know how. Like, I know what I want to say, but I don't think it'll be interesting to listen to. So I don't know, man. But we'll see where it goes. We've got Adam, pronouns he, him, calling him from St. Paul. Wants to know our opinions on the chances of Donald Trump winning in 2024 and how bad that would be. Adam, you're on the line. How you doing?
Good. How are you two?
Pretty well, pretty well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello.
So what exactly did you want to ask about? Is that a pretty solid summary of it? Just like what would happen?
Yeah. I mean, I work in a right-wing melting pot and deal with Trump supporters every single day. There's probably about 3 of us there that lean more to the left. And I'm reminded every day how bad things were. And since he got onto the scene, the way that he has polarized the extreme right wing, and just how bad things have gotten in that sense. And my girlfriend and my father, they tell me things like, okay, he's not going to be reelected. I mean, it's not people even that are on the right. A lot of them know now, they understand. They've come to, but then I keep on seeing people, not even that, bars I go out to, living in the Midwest, people are just, I'm still really concerned that there's a shot he's going to get back in. He might actually do it, and how bad things might get as far as the social infrastructure, everything else get worse than it was per se.
Yeah.
And what do you guys think about that?
Right on. After you, please.
Yeah, I think it would definitely be extremely scary, especially given that if you've been keeping up with Donald Trump and his recent rhetoric, he has been getting a lot more extreme on various issues. Back when Donald Trump was president, he was extremely pro-COVID vaccine. He appealed to it as a sense of American exceptionalism, and now that is absolutely not the case. You can also look at his different rhetoric on trans people and queer people in particular. He used to be a lot more kind of live and let live for the most part. Nowadays, he's been calling for a complete ban on quote-unquote transgenderism, as are many other right-wing pundits. It's just getting a lot scarier and a lot more extreme. As for the likelihood of it, I'm pretty doubtful, especially given both how unpopular he was in the last election cycle, and with going more and more extreme. We've seen actually quite a bit of data that the more extreme right-wing pundits and political figures get, it's a lot harder to get them elected. And so I think that it's kind of unlikely. Although my kind of personal hope is that with Donald Trump's huge ego, losing the Republican nomination, he would run as a third party, and the Republican Party would immediately learn the value of ranked choice voting. So that's my secret little hope.
Break off the party. Yep.
That'd be tight.
I'm sorry.
It is that actually is a beautiful scenario to think about. But the whole thing, because you're right. Like I've heard a lot of like push for like DeSantis, for example, where like a lot of like people are, and that we're still very far out from the election. So like the same way that people were like really like, oh fuck, Jeb could actually do it, and then we actually got to the election. Oh fuck, maybe not. So it's who knows what that's going to turn into. But like, when you hear people talking about this, what I think is really interesting about the whole phenomenon that was Donald Trump is that like a couple of things happened that I'm not very old, but I feel very old, but I'm not very old, and so I don't have a lot of history to build off of. But like from my understanding and my experience of American politics leading up to that election, is that we, as far different as people were, and as many times as people compared everybody to Nazis and threw out words like fascist and socialist for no damn reason, all these things, more often than not, what we were actually debating was ideas, different ideas about what direction to lead the country, and different ideas about how best to treat people. When the election with Donald Trump came into play, the very different shift was that instead of talking about ideas, we were debating ideals. And the more we said there's no way this is going to happen, and the more we said there's no way this is real, and the more we said there's no way in hell that this guy's ever going to get elected. There's no way he's ever going to go any further. This is the scandal that will shut him down. Okay, no, this is the scandal that will shut him down. Okay, now this is the scandal that will shut him down. The more we did that, the more we unwittingly played into the long game, which is, this cult of personality. I'm famous because I'm famous. And the more obnoxious and crazy I am, and the more upset the other side is, then the more you'll love me and the more successful I'll be. We turned politicking into a game of internet trolling. And whoever can get the most people upset wins.
Sorry, Forrest, I'm not trying to interrupt, but as we know, you guys know, if anybody on the left or anybody should know by now that his supporters, they do not care. They do not care what he says, what he wants to do. And his supporters that are still behind him right now, they are voting because they hate the left. They completely have fed into this division that is going on in the country. And I'm not saying that people on the left aren't guilty of it either, but they love it. They never voted before. They didn't vote in 2012. They didn't vote in 2008. And now they got Donald Trump, and he's turned it into and people are going to want to take his, even if he's not going to get into office, they're going to want his votes somehow to sweep that up, and it's going to keep on going. These are people that never cared before, and they have this culture, anxiety, anti-LGBTQ, and it's just, it's unbelievable. It's pulled the mask off of a lot of people in this country. Unfortunately, I have a lot of family. I got friends that people like to say Trump derangement syndrome and referring to people being anti-Donald Trump, but I have people that are in my life that I'm sure you guys have that are people that you would almost go to possibly at some point for advice, to talk to them and looking for reason, and you absolutely find none with them when it comes to Donald Trump. You can't even speak to them.
The big thing that I think really people need to take into account, whether you like Donald Trump or not, is seeing the shift in the way that, I wouldn't say the word discourse, the way in like political thinking has changed. You see right now there are all these leaked emails and text messages and whatnot from Fox News that are coming out between Tucker Carlson and Rupert Murdoch and all these big conservative talking heads, the people whose job is to get up there and be the megaphone for these kind of crazy ideas. And they're saying to each other, this guy's going to fucking burn us all to the ground. This guy's going to destroy everything. This guy's fucking nuts. He's dangerous. Why do we have to support this guy? But we have to. We know we do. And so very quickly, this becomes a monster that they've created that now they can't control. And in fact, like when you look at Trump as well, Trump created a monster that he can't control, that he's terrified of. You watch, and like Naomi was pointing out, he used to be a champion of the vaccine. When Biden was elected, he put out a press release saying, remember, I made the vaccine. When you go out and get that beautiful vaccine, it's my accomplishment. And then you see him at, he was at giving a speech, and he said, and then there's this vaccine, and, I took it. I think everybody probably should. And the crowd started booing and hissing and jeering him. And all he said, he just switched back. He just goes, but you got to have your freedoms. Got to have freedom. You got to have freedom, guys. And then everyone started clapping again because that's the next buzzword. They heard the first buzzword, exactly what he did. That's exactly
what he did, and that's what he does. When he says something and he thinks that his demographic is like, okay, whoa, I better step off. I need to pander to the base, and I need to say something. If they want, okay, are you gonna say that white nationalism is bad? Oh, well, of course I am. But then you got Antifa and BLM. Like he can't say one thing without doing another, because then his demographic will, sorry to say, lose their fucking mind and be like, well, what's happening with it's just he knows what he's doing. I blame Steve Bannon for most of it. He taught him how to tap into a very a part of I guess maybe middle white America that feel they've been left behind, that feel that they're becoming the minority, and feel that they're on the precipice of extinction, because that's what the right wing has been doing for the last 100 years, I think, is their whole thing is always fear. They're coming to take our guns. They're coming to take our religion. They're coming to take this. And he is capitalizing on that, and he's taking the people that are just absolutely scared shitless about it, no matter how irrational that is. And even if he knows it's irrational, he's feeding it into them if he thinks that it'll get him back into the presidency. and it's just, I don't know, it's like a schizophrenia, and it's when I go to work and I hear these people that still love him and will vote for him, I don't even know what to, and I work with two fundamentalist Christians that, they do believe the Bible literally, but then I've tried to talk to them about, well, so you believe that the earth is really 6,000 years? Well, you got to understand, year in our, in God's eye, blah, blah. They turn it over as to like, okay, well, 6,000 years could be and it's like, fuck, I can't get through to these guys. But anyways, I think you got other callers, and I appreciate you guys taking my call and, discussing this. Then I think that with the prior calls, this call kind of tied in a little bit because, trans, rights are definitely under attack. And, I think anti-intellectualism is just at its height right now, as far as in American culture when it comes to
the fire in which fascism is forged.
Sure.
Hey, yeah,
well, all right. You guys have a good night.
Thanks so much, Adam. Yeah, you too, man. Take care.
You. Just one more thing on that topic. I think he's noticing this very intense shift in pattern where the Republican focus has moved so far away from policy and just exclusively on rhetoric, on propaganda, where we see in the polls on single issue poll voting, Democratic left-leaning policies do way better than the Democrats. I know that in the state of Kentucky, they did this poll on whether or not people would support a ban on gender-affirming care for minors, and it was only a third of Republicans that supported that, and then within Democrats, it was like 75% plus opposed. I know that when Kansas had the abortion single issue vote on their election, it was 2/3 of Kansans opposed banning abortion. So it's really just a game of, we have these policies which are widely popular. How do we appeal to that? And I think it's very sad that we see that, the Democratic policies are way more popular than the Democrats themselves, but that shows a gap in where we can be doing better.
That is the problem of it is you brought up ranked choice voting, and it's so important because like the idea that we can fit all what is it 330 million Americans into exactly 2 ideological boxes, that makes no damn sense. And a lot of the times I feel like a lot of conservatives and liberals agree on way more than they say they do, because we just want we will want the same basic thing. We just also have to buy into the rest of the bullshit baggage of the party. When he was talking a minute ago, I was kind of leaning in the microphone because he was saying that like these people are afraid that they're going to be replaced and that they're going to become the minority and all these things. And yeah, absolutely, that's called replacement theory, and it's a white supremacist. It's a Nazi ideology. It's a Nazi talking point to say, very soon white straight men are going to be in the minority, and then all these other people are going to be the ones leading and controlling us. And it's like, okay, number one, it's bullshit, but also number two, even if that was true, why would that be scary to you? Is it because you know how badly you treat minorities and you're afraid that will happen to you next? Maybe if we treat minorities better, it wouldn't be scary for you to be a minority, right? Like, how's that fucking hard? But Nazis are dumb as fuck, and they don't think that far. Anyway, with that, we've got a couple more, and I'm going to jump into Sven from the Netherlands, wants to ask about death. Sven, how are you doing today?
Hey, Forrest, how are you doing?
I'm fantastic.
Naomi, hello.
Hello.
That's kind of my question. I had a question especially for Forrest. As a biologist, I'm sure you are well familiar with the topic of death. I'm a biologist as well, and I kind of struggle with this. In my family, I guess death is still kind of a mystified and mysterious topic. So when a dear uncle of mine passed away, it is still something that's come up as, the spirit is still around us and I can still detect him with us and all that jazz. And as a biologist myself, as someone who's very, non-spiritual in that sense, I find it difficult to talk about it in that way. So I was wondering, Forrest, how do you deal with that without getting too confrontational?
So difference between you're not asking about how I personally handle this topic. You're asking about how I discuss this and how I like deal with other people. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah.
I don't a lot. And I like so on things like this where people are calling me to ask me about death. Sure, I'll lay everything on the table. I don't care. But like when I go and visit my in-laws, many of whom are Christian, and they talk about so and so died and I can't wait to see him again, I'm not going to sit there and be like, no, you fucking won't. You know what I mean? I'll just smile and nod because there's no reason for that. If someone were to specifically ask me, you know, my dad's been dead for like 10 years now. If someone was like, aren't you excited to see your dad? Then I'd be like, oh, well, actually, I don't think I will. Would love to, but I don't think that's possible. And then we could have that discussion if we wanted to. But if someone else is talking about their own process of grief and things like that, I don't find it super appropriate to bring it up. There's a time and a place, you know what I mean? And if someone's grieving, going through something, probably not the best idea. But it is hard, though, I admit, when it's family. When it's somebody you're close to, it's really difficult to dodge that.
Exactly that. You hit the nail on the hat there, because I tend to be in a similar, I guess, position where, mourn and let mourn is where I usually draw the line. And especially since it's a family member that my mum and my uncles have known far, far longer than I have. But yeah, you tend to be in those situations where my way of dealing with it is getting more difficult because it's constantly brought up this way. I don't want to be the guy that always just walks away with this conversation. I feel like I'm discounting my own experience in this case, and it feels very selfish. So yeah, I usually go to these meetings not because I want to, but because my mum wants to. My uncles want me there, but then this topic comes up, and it's still, a very, very, very sensitive and a very, emotional, heavy thing.
Yeah.
My brother's in the same sense, so usually he and I are kind of like finding our own little corner to discuss this, or to find our way to deal with it. But yeah, I just wonder, death, as a biologist, I have a relatively, I wouldn't say mundane look at it, but, I consider my memories of him to be the way to live, the way he lives on in my head. But this actual spiritual one,
I think there's a way for you to, because I know I've done this a couple of times, you can incorporate that kind of speaking and that kind of thinking in a way that doesn't diminutize or contradict somebody else's more spiritual way of thinking. So if someone's saying, I can't wait to see dad again, and I know he's still around us or whatever like that, I see no problem with you if you want to continue to be a part of that conversation and not completely avoid it, to talk about like, oh, I love thinking about these things and bringing up these memories. You can even say, to me, I think memory is the best way to keep him alive in my life at this moment, and here's my favorite one. And to say that, if you're someone who believes in these things, you probably wouldn't even hear that as a challenge. You would just play into it because it fits with your saying. You don't have to necessarily say, okay, that's how you do it. Now let me tell you how I do. You know what I mean? Just being a part of that conversation without being confrontational, I think, is possible, and I think it's healthy. It's a really good thing to do, especially for families. What do you think, Naomi?
No, absolutely. I agree.
No, definitely agree with that perspective. When people feel this kind of like supernatural connection to someone, that shows that they had a real impact on them in the natural world through their memories, and you can definitely highlight the importance of those memories and the importance of how they have had a lasting impact on you in this world and through your memories, and that's awesome to hold on to that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
No, that's absolutely my the general approach I take. But it's sometimes it comes to the point where I feel like their way of coping it is somewhat. It sounds very, very I would call that bad, I guess, trespassing into my way. I find it more difficult to deal with this loss the way that they are. So I feel like I was kind of just running away from the conversation, even though I am fully, I guess, content with my handling and my memories of him. I love, every time I think about him, I just smile. That's just fantastic memories I have of him. But then my uncle was definitely not a spiritual person. So this always feels like it's such a attack on my memory of him. But then again, it's a tricky thing to navigate, and maybe perhaps I made my, I guess, position there as a biologist rather clear, although not in this particular topic. But I think my family members have noticed that this is not a topic I tend to go to them to talk about, and I feel bad about that, to be honest.
It is hard because, like, obviously, I think that a religious perspective of death and the theistic ways of grieving are actually detrimental. I think that these are, ways of protecting yourself from actually dealing with the difficult emotions, which I think is necessary for proper grief. And as with all other things, I see religion as a detriment here. However, like I said a minute ago, like there's a time and a place. And so, like, if someone was to come up to me and if one of my family members wanted to talk about religion, that's one thing. But if they're coming to me trying to process grief, I don't want to rub salt in that wound. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I have in-laws that don't know that I'm an atheist. And I'm not going to tell them. They'll probably find out someday by watching me on, I'll pop up on the TV for them or something. But they don't know that about me. And the reason why I haven't talked to them about it, even though I've had plenty of opportunity to, is because I know all that's going to do is be upsetting for them, that they're now scared for me. They're worried about my eternity. They're worried about the state of my salvation, and they're now sad. I'm not going to change their minds. I'm not going to, when they talk about death or anything, especially in my family, they're going to feel worse for me because they assume that I have no comfort and no morals and all these other things that I can lean on. And so, like, it's just adding complication. For someone who's a close family member, like what you're talking about there, I think there's a great opportunity to bring that up. And then maybe when you talk about those things at this point, later on down the line, when the topic of grief comes up again, now you have a bridge into that conversation, and it can be a lot easier to do, and it doesn't feel so much like a slap in the face. And it's also I think it's really important to point out. I think it's really important to point out also that I understand and I accept the fact that it's not fucking fair, because, like, the fact is, the deck is stacked in the favor of the religious person. There's no other topic, no other situation where it would be a problem for you to share a difference of opinion. But because religion is such this taboo, hands-off topic, that we have to kind of acquiesce to this thing and give obeisance to this way of thinking in order to not offend, because that would be the worst thing in the world, even if that means making you uncomfortable. That's just the way of the society that we live in the global north. And so it kind of blows, and I'm not saying it's fair, but I am saying that's probably the way that I would handle it if I were you. But that's just me.
I appreciate it. And
I appreciate you calling. Really quick, before you go, I see you're in the Netherlands. I see you're calling in from the Netherlands, and I can hear your accent. How do you say biologist in Dutch?
Biologist or biology?
Biology, either one.
Biology.
I will never
With
ever say that right.
In the throat, it's a hard G in the throat. So basically, scraping your throat at the G. Yes.
It's just you say biology, but cough while you're doing it is what I'm hearing. It's just like
biology.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Sven. I appreciate you calling in and sharing with us. We really do like having you on, man.
Thank you for having me, man. And
thank you.
Have a good show. Bye.
Don't tell me what to do. See you later.
Ciao.
What a nice dude. All right, we've got one more, and then we're going to lean into super chats because we've probably got a million of those, and we've already been going for like 2 hours, and so I don't want to keep you here all night. We've got Athena calling in from Australia, pronouns are she, her, wants to talk about introducing her brother to gender theory and evolution. Athena, you're on the line. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm
Doing
awesome.
very well.
I'm awesome.
Oh, that's great to hear. I'm not really familiar with Naomi, but Forrest, I've been watching you for quite a while, and I just love the way you talk about science. I wish I had a science teacher like you back in high school.
Well, thank you. That means the world.
I had teachers. I had teachers who told me that the heart could feel emotion because that's what the Quran says. Yeah.
Weird. Real weird, man.
But I think that leads into my question, because my brother goes to a private Islamic school, the one I attended to, but he goes to the boys' school version of it, and he is going to start learning evolution.
The fact that the school is segregated by gender tells me a lot already.
I've spoken to Jimmy previously, and he knows how a bit weird my school is. Yeah, that's the least of the problem of my problems. But right, so he's going to start learning about evolution, and obviously, like currently in biology, they're doing meiosis and all of sexual reproduction, both in like humans and like bacteria and etc. So asexual reproduction. And we were just talking randomly, and the idea that there could be different genders besides like female, male, and so that it's on a spectrum, and that sex doesn't necessarily have to be binary, and there's different presentations of sex in the animalian kingdom. My brother was like really stumped, and he just kind of shut that off completely. And that got me very, very concerned, because this kid's going to vote one day in like 2 or 3 years. And we have some crazy people over here as well. And I mean, we only got the right to gay marriage in like, I think 16 or something. So we're still quite behind the times, I would say. But so I'm a bit concerned, and I don't know how to like approach this, because each time I try to bring up like evolution or gender theory or anything of that sort, he kind of shuts it down. And there's a lot of that toxic masculinity at my brother's school.
Big surprise.
It's really bad. They view like the female students of their year as just objects, and just the way they talk about female students it's very gross, and I don't know what to do.
It is weird just how much like political divisiveness there is in places like Australia. I figured that it was like all of us against the spiders, and there was like some unity there. But like, I've heard more and more about what's been going on there in the discourse. So I obviously have a few things on like how I would teach this, but I'm way more interested to hear Naomi's topics, especially about gender theory and how to broach this topic, because that's what you do for a lot of your streams, is broach this with people who don't want to fucking hear it. So like, what success have you had? What works with you?
Yeah, totally. I think that generally a really good starting point for talking about gender and how messy and okay that is with people is first just breaking down the difference between sex and gender, where sex refers to biological, physiological characteristics, and then gender is more so a set of social relationships which are really defined by culture. And once we recognize that these social aspects, and these can be completely arbitrary in nature, things like who should wear their hair long, or if we consider pink to be a girl's color or blue to be a boy's color, this has absolutely nothing to do with biology. And so when we recognize that these are more social and cultural, we recognize that, well, they can be subject to change, and that indeed throughout all of human history, they have varied significantly across many cultures. And we could even look at specific cultures that have had different notions of gender, such as the Hijra people in India, which are a legally and socially recognized third gender over there. If you look at the ancient Judaic texts in the Talmud, they describe at least 6 different gender identities, which were socially and legally recognized at the time. We can talk about the Two-Spirit populations in Native America. These were people that they believed had both a feminine and masculine spirit inside of them, and they held special social roles within society. And it's very fascinating. It really points to the fact that, none of these systems are perfectly clean and consistent binaries, and not even sex is a clean and consistent binary with all the different variations of intersex people that exist. I think it's very fascinating and very awesome to see that humans are this diverse, and that, people come in lots of different ways, both biologically and socially. And if we can create a society which is more welcoming to people, which more so allows them to be their authentic selves, be they two-spirit or a hijra or transgender, then we should do that. That's just something we can do to make the most diverse and accepting society where people are allowed to be who they truly are.
To build on that, I'm going to put in the chat right now. This is a map of gender diverse cultures across the world. It's an interactive map published by PBS, and it's literally just got dots all over the map, and you can click on any of them, and it'll tell you about the third or fourth gender in that region and like what people perceive gender differently across the entire planet. And then you can ask yourself, like, as I always say, does it make more sense to say that one particular culture, one particular way of thinking has steamrolled across the planet and committed genocide and forced conversion and wiped out everybody who didn't think the way that they thought, which we have a tremendous amount of historical evidence for? Or does it make more sense to say that all of these other cultures are all blue-haired liberals and they don't know what science is and blah, blah, blah? What really makes more sense there? And to build off of Naomi's point, like this is the whole point of education is when we are teaching basic physics, we teach kids that there are 3 states of matter, and then we get into advanced physics and we talk about how actually there's several more states of matter, and that there's actually this thing called a phase diagram, and you can see there's this line where actually it's 2 or even 3 different states of matter at the same time, and it's really just not as cut and dry. It really depends on pressure and on temperature, and it's this fuzzy, weird, crazy thing that, yeah, we can still make names for things, but it's not nearly as succinct as you think, and that's fine, and everyone's cool with that. But then when we do the same thing in biology and we say, okay, basic middle school biology, there's males and females. And then we get to advanced biology and we say, actually, sex is different from gender. Neither one of them are really a binary. There's this gradient of continuum between these 2 camps. And even if you can group most people into these 2 boxes, that certainly doesn't work 100% of the time. And also, humans aren't the only things that experience this, and different creatures do. Now, all of a sudden, we have this big debate about, no, this is this is anti-culture and all these different, like, it's this whole thing. When really it's the exact same kind of nuance that you would expect from any scientific topic ever, especially a biological topic. The whole point of biology is that biology breaks all the rules as much as it makes the rules. And so this is no different. And people ask, well, then why do we only have, this history of saying 2 sexes? For the same damn reason that we have a history of saying that sex and gender are the same thing, and the same reason why we used to think that being left-handed was a mental disorder or a demon possession. It's the same reason we thought lots of things that were wrong. We are now learning new stuff. And so, like, as far as how to introduce this to people, I would say, in terms of evolution, the way that I introduce it to people who don't buy it and that are super, super against it is by starting with things that we can absolutely agree on. We should be able to agree on gene theory. So number 1 is the idea that DNA exists, genes exist, genes are passed on from parent to offspring. We should be able to agree on that. We should also be able to agree on alleles. There's different flavors of these genes, different varieties. The same gene just does its job in a slightly different way. And that's why we have different hair colors and different eye colors and different skin colors and different heights and different modes of fat deposition and muscle building and all these different things that we see amongst any variety. We should be able to agree on that. And the third thing that we should be able to agree on is the idea that different alleles are better suited for life in different environments. And the very best penguin alleles aren't going to do you much good if you live in the Sahara Desert. And the very best boa constrictor alleles aren't going to do you very much good if you live at the bottom of the ocean. And so, like, these are really obvious facts that everybody should be able to agree on. The logical conclusion to those 3 things is that if a parent passes on detrimental or what we call deleterious alleles to their offspring, deleterious mutations or whatever, it's something that makes it harder for this child, this offspring to survive and reproduce in this environment, it's going to die, or it's not going to have as many kids. And eventually, over time, other alleles from things that are able to survive and reproduce better are going to proliferate and become the dominant strain, so to speak. You just described neo-Darwinianism. That's the whole idea of neo-Darwinian evolution. Is that better alleles make you better suited for life in different environments, and so they pop up more. So I find like finding that common ground is a great bridge there, and then we can make the hard step of going to macroevolution and saying, okay, so if 2 + 2 is 4, then maybe 2 + 2 + 2 is 6. And that must mean that 2 + 2 + 2 + 2 + 2 is 10, right? And therefore, if this little change, we see this population shift, then if the only difference between a human and a squid is DNA, then maybe if we made enough changes, we would actually see a bridge here, right? Watch some creationist clip that and be like, see, this guy thinks humans came from squids. But like that's the whole, like that's the common ground that I would start with. And then it's the same thing as far as sex and gender is concerned. Show them that map. Talk about some of the people that Naomi just mentioned. Talk about some of the cultures that she just brought up. And say, hey, here's these different people who have these different ideas. And you notice, because we're not ethnocentric bigots in this house, right? Goes to an all-boys school, so who knows? But like, because we're not going to be ethnocentric bigots in this house, we can assume that these different cultures aren't all crazy and they have a different way of doing things. And we can pull up any introductory genetics textbook or any introductory anthropology textbook and find clear statements about how sex and gender are different. So, okay, maybe they might be onto something. Or at the very least, we can say that we're both a little bit right. And maybe there's something to this. And that's very different than saying that all cultures are right about everything because it's a cultural thing. It just means that maybe if like all over the world we're seeing the same kind of ideas popping up, those ideas are worth talking about. And if there's scientific evidence to back up those ideas, as there is when we talk about having a spectrum of gender, then maybe it's something worth more than just talking about, but actually building our society around. That's how I would try to build them if I was in your shoes. But again, I get into arguments with people who think that I'm the literal devil for a living. So like maybe it would be harder for you. I don't know. But I wish you all the best.
Well, thank you. Just like a little background, I do biomedicine, and so I'm quite acquainted with the biology, and also do chemistry, and radical indeed. I was talking to my dad just randomly because my brother was learning about evolution, and he hasn't finished like high school education. Like I think he dropped out before like year 10 or something. He was forced to, but so he doesn't really have that background in biology, and he straight up just sits there and says that I don't know anything because evolution doesn't mean change. So the way I define evolution was like, change of allele frequency over time for a population. Like I tried to simplify it, and he's like, no, that's just wrong. And I feel like my brother does that too sometimes, and I'm just like, I'm spending so much money on this stupid degree for you to tell me I know nothing. But yeah. I don't know.
It is hard because I wonder. I was just gonna say, like, I sympathize with what you're saying, because I too have had people call in and be like, "You're studying. You're a biologist. You study stuff." Like, yeah, I'm about to start my second master's into biomed, and they're like, "Well, maybe when you finish that master's, then you'll know that it's actually this." And I'm like, "What's your biology training exactly?" And they're like, "Well, I don't need any because I know this stuff." It's like, oh well, shit. Turns out one of us knows a little bit more, and like it's really hard to get across. Like, just because somebody studies something doesn't mean they're right, but it damn sure gives them a better chance of being right, doesn't it? And I wonder, how much of that plays into. I don't want to insult anyone in your family or anything like that, but I wonder, by the way you're talking about this, how much of it plays into a sexist. I wonder how much of it comes from a sexist background that you, as the woman, are telling them they're wrong. I wonder if a male scientist were to tell them that they were wrong, how much they would agree or disagree with that, or at least give it more time of day. You know what I mean? Fun thought experiment.
With my dad, that's 100%. Like, it's because I'm not a boy. He tends to doubt what I say more often than if like my brother did, even though my brother's like 4 years younger than me, which is, lovely.
Yup.
Yeah, it's not fun. But my concern
it is crazy.
The school. Yeah,
oh no, I was just gonna throw out some random statistics about sexism. It's not important at all. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So when I went to that school, I already graduated, thank fuck. But I went to an all-girls version of the school, so there was no boys. My teacher, like, I was lucky, so my teacher actually taught us some of the evolutionary theory because she wanted us to get like a good study score, like the exam score.
Yeah.
But at the boys' school, apparently the biology teacher refused to teach anything about evolution, even though the students are going to be examined on this, outside of the school, right? So they had to come to my teacher for like makeup classes, because all that teacher did apparently was just say, so in the Quran it says this, and because it's outside of, the, I guess, like the Genesis story, it's wrong. And therefore, biologists are demons. They're just preaching.
Well, they're not wrong about that.
Whatever. Like, that were demons? I agree.
Yes.
I love Lucifer.
Yeah, exactly.
All hail Satan. Yeah.
I was talking to
My
a class
favorite
today
enzyme is luciferase, so.
I was talking to a class today about how fucking weird biologists are. Like, we are strange people. We're not normal. And like, I remember I was talking about I was in this class about animal parasitology once, and we were talking about this one parasite, and I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it's basically an STI for earthworms. And the professor is this awesome dude, and he's like, now you see how this parasite infects the earthworm. Now let's take a second to refresh our memories on the particulars of earthworm sex. And we're all leaned in with our notebooks, and at that moment I actually pulled my phone out and texted my wife, and I was like, I just realized how fucking weird I am. I'm so into that. I want to know more. Like, it's not normal for people to be this way. Some resources for you, if you'd like. I always recommend textbooks, because that's my jam. I fucking love reading and learning new things, and I love pulling out textbooks. Here's Evolution: Making Sense of Life by Carl Zimmer and Douglas Emlen, two men. And you can go in here and pull up the text, literally the textbook definition of biological evolution as any change in the heritable characteristics of a population over the course of multiple generations. It's right in there for you. That might help you out. Also, you've got Genetics, A Conceptual Approach by Benjamin Pierce, yet another man. And in here, you've got Chapter 4, which is all about sex determination and sex-linked characteristics. They have a whole section here, Chapter 4.1, sex is determined by a number of different mechanisms, and not a single one of them has only two options. And it has this whole paragraph right here. Gender is not the same as sex. Biological sex refers to the anatomical and physiological phenotype of an individual. Gender is a category assigned by the individual or others based on behavior or cultural practices. One's gender need not coincide with one's biological sex. I'm pretty sure you used this book in one of your debates, Naomi. This was actually my undergraduate. Yeah, this is my actual undergrad genetics textbook that I studied at my university when I was getting my bachelor's in integrative biology with an organismic and evolution concentration. That's what I did to learn how this shit works. So, like, here are 3 men plus me. I'm as manly as you need. So 3.5 men that are telling you, 3 3/4. Let's give me some credit. That are telling you that this shit's real and it's not as simple as you think. And so hopefully that will help you, with your weak, feeble woman brain to be able to convince them.
Yes. I hope my weak, feeble female brain remembers the textbook name.
I sincerely wish you all the best, Athena. Seriously, like I know you've got a serious struggle on your hand. Not only just living in this world, but especially adding on that cultural baggage. That fucking blows. But you sound awesome. Naomi, do you have anything else you want to add before we wrap up?
No, I think that was all fantastic. Excellent question, Athena, and always love to see it when people are, genuinely curious about these topics and want to know more, because the world is fascinating and it is awesome to want to learn about it.
Mm-hmm. It really is. Thank you, both of you. Have a great day. Don't know what time it is there, but
hey, you too.
Yeah.
Thank you as well. Bye. And thank you for being a scientist. We need more girl scientists. Seriously, we need more culturally diverse scientists. We need more Australian scientists. Get those Australians on par. Yeah, no, seriously, that's awesome.
This is not a pro-Australia channel. Please don't spread that propaganda.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's unfortunately we didn't get a single theist caller today, and that makes me very sad. But hopefully next time, I have a sneaking suspicion that you'll probably be on more shows if we haven't scared you off. So hopefully someday we'll be able to get you on some crazy fucking callers. We had one dude call in and then drop that I really wanted you to get to talk to, but we'll see.
I know the TACIS crew wants you on if you want to fight some TERFs and GCs with them.
I would love to, absolutely.
Yeah, when I was down in Austin, I was talking to Arden about you, and she seemed really excited to meet you. So I'm sure we'll be able to get you on over there. That's not my choice, so I say we, as if someone who has no ability to affect this whatsoever. But hopefully soon you'll get to do that, because it would be a great.
It's not even my choice. The only pen I hold is the veto pen. I on very rare occasions, and actually we won't say who it was, but the only person I've ever vetoed a guest against was Forrest. You're the only person who's ever been like, "Can I have this person on?" And I went, "No." But other than
I'm not
that,
trans. Why would I be on there?
No. It wasn't on TACIS. It was a different show. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
maybe not. But yeah. In recent memory, anyway. Actually, there were people in the past where they were like, "Hey, can this person come on?" But in recent memory, I've only been mean to Forrest.
I know what you're talking about. I thought you meant you told them they couldn't have me on a show, and I'm like, well, of course not. I'm not trans. Why would I be a host over there? No, I know exactly what you mean. No, I offered to bring somebody on, and we very quickly we realized after discussing it that it actually wasn't a good idea at all.
But kind of like it would be comparable to I've talked about it a bunch. I like Mark Rober as a science educator, but I would never be able to platform Mark Rober because he's a Mormon. And he's an active participating Mormon. And so whatever platforming you do, whatever new money and income, 10% of that goes to fight against fucking queers. So it's like, can't do it. But it wasn't Mark Rober for the
It wasn't Mark Rober for the record, no.
Yeah, no.
That's
kind of wish it was. He's such a sweet boy with the sweetest smile. I wish he'd leave that fucking awful church.
He says that I'm a great science communicator, and I'm like, dude, do you know me? Have you seen how much of my shit have you seen to be saying that? He popped into a live stream once with me, and he was like, "Hey man, I love what you do," and I'm like, "How you of all people? What? Thank you." What?
No, I mean he clearly loves science the most. I wish he would just love it the most to leave his fucking stupid church. I didn't know that. I didn't know he'd ever come in on yours. That's dope.
He's a nice guy. I have nothing negative to say about him on a personal level that I know of. Maybe there's something I don't know, but yeah, that is the biggest issue. It's just like I can't continue to give my attention and money. I was just invited to speak at an atheist thing that it turns out they were donating some of the profits to a Catholic charity. And it's like, how the fuck, who told you that was a good idea? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Why would I give you my time? What? It's so frustrating. Anyway,
that's right. People are pointing out that I recently mentioned that I'm Mormon because I can't get them to excommunicate me. So since I'm breaking all of their rules, including laying with men and publicly speaking out against the church, and they still won't excommunicate me, I have to only assume that means they actually want me to represent them all. So you're all quite right. I am Mormon.
I can't believe Jimmy's platforming a Mormon.
Yeah. Yeah.
How dare you?
I'm sorry, but I'm also not. So we're going to do the game thing, everybody. Insert Forrest coin, insert Naomi coin, $10 or more. The reason we're putting the threshold up at $10 for this game is to minimize the amount of time that we have this sick boy on the stream. Give this sick boy some rest.
I am very tired. I'm very tired, and I have to be on a plane at 8 a.m. tomorrow. So I'm on antibiotics, and I will have been on antibiotics for over 24 hours when I get on a plane, so I will not be contagious, and I'm going to wear an N95 mask because I am capable of doing so. I understand science, and I'm not a fucking dick. So it'll be, but I'm just tired. God, I'm so tired. Also,
I mean,
make
you're
sure
not a
that
dick
you are
in that
typing.
regard. I'm just kidding.
Right. Make sure you're putting in, insert Forrest coin or insert Naomi coin. Do not actually attempt to insert a coin into us. It's just a chat thing. Please, let's keep this civil.
It is not a cryptocurrency. If you see Naomi coin out there, do not buy. It is a scam.
We should launch some Forrest coin merch.
Did a lemur just fucking cross over your desk, Naomi? What was that?
That's my cat. That was Tangy.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I saw somebody ask about the Rona. No, that was the first thing that I did. I tested for coronavirus, and I am not COVID positive. I would not be leaving my house if that were the case, even if I was masked up. That would, once again, because I'm not an asshole. At least not in that way. Yeah, no, I am COVID negative. Just have a bad upper respiratory infection that makes me feel like 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag. We've got 50 alleged dollars from Nilly Welson. Love that. Always look forward to SkepTalk. Nominal Naomi is a great addition. Also, fuck you, Jimmy. That's awesome. Thank you so much for sending that in.
Should we explain to Naomi that I'm not just being randomly abused by the audience?
I mean, I wasn't going to, but I guess we probably should.
We did bring
Jimmy
a Mormon on the show.
Yeah.
Right? Like me, Jimmy has a really hard time accepting compliments. And so we use fuck you, Jimmy, as a way of saying, good job, we love you, all these things. So that way it's easier to broach than, oh, you did, whatever.
Matt ended
the
show.
So if you ever want to see Jimmy get really uncomfortable, just make sure to tell him how great he is.
Watch the last 2 minutes of yesterday's episode of Sunday Show, because Matt decided, because it was my birthday yesterday, he decided to end it with I've never done this, so let me just say, thank you to Jimmy, and here's all the work he does, and da-da-da-da-da. And so I just sat there taking it, and then I was like, okay, cool, and ran the outro. The moment we were off stream, I was like, please don't ever do that again. Are you fucking insane? The fuck is wrong with you? And he was like, I did it on purpose. Anyway.
I felt so bad because so many people were trying to talk to me in chat, and I was on my phone, which for some reason I can't tag on the chat on my phone. And so I'm laying there on the couch, just sick as a dog, just trying to figure out how to be like, do I say something funny? Do I go? I would go back to bed. It's like I saw Matt trying to talk. So many other people were trying to talk. I was just not there. I felt so bad. I watched it later, and you guys were like, Forrest is in the chat. Everybody say hi. I wasn't there. I passed out.
Oh, poor guy. Is this your first day of prednisone?
Yeah.
Day 3 is when it gets to get real good. Because prednisone's how they stopped me from dying back in October. I got real bad bronchitis, brink of death bronchitis.
Yeah.
But
Amber had that once. Yeah.
The weird thing is, it made my skin somehow even more perfect. You now have touched my skin and seen how soft it was, but it made all of my face pores. That's true. My face pores all disappeared. It was the wildest thing. And then I just felt great. I was like, is this a drug you can take all the time? And the doctors were like, fuck no. You sure cannot.
You don't want to do that?
Surely you cannot.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Yes, I was explaining to a middle school class today about. I teach a middle school biology class, and I was explaining about prednisone because it's super fun. It's a steroid, and so it makes your immune system calm the fuck down. Which, when you think about that, sounds really bad. But when you're also taking the antibiotics and all these things, they're doing the hard work, so you don't have to feel like shit anymore. And that's what the prednisone, you know what I mean? I'm probably watch student Dr. Ben watch this and be like, no, that's not quite it. So again,
there's definitely something you're getting wrong, because I took prednisone and I didn't take antibiotics because it wasn't like I had antibiotics in case it lasted for a few more days, but it was a viral infection. And so I think something about what you just said doesn't add up to me at all.
Isn't it? It lowers the activity of the immune system, doesn't it? And that's how it just makes you, because all the symptoms that you get from being sick, you muscle aches and fever and all these things, those are all your immune response. Like the virus or the bacteria doesn't make your get cramps and fever. Your body does that in order to fight it off.
The thing I knew it was doing was,
I should save this for Forrest.
The thing I knew it was doing was reducing inflammation. It like takes all the inflammation down in your body. Yeah.
Yes, very yes. Again, just reducing immune response. Yeah, because isn't that all steroid drugs do that? Am I right? I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Yeah, there's some
99% sure that's how that
corticosteroids, or I think corticosteroids, I think do that. I don't know, man. It's been a long time. I used to know everything about drugs. The other day, we were talking about adenomyosis with Matt Arden and my family were over. We were just talking about it because I'd accidentally left a uterine diagram up on my computer, and then my sister-in-law was like, "Oh, is that the thing where you get pockets in like your intestines and like seeds get in there and cause pain?" And I'm like, "No, that's diverticulitis." And then we all just sat there, and it was like, it's weird that Jimmy knew both, and I was like, it is weird that I knew both. I know a lot about very random things. It's fucking wild. I don't have diverticulitis, just so everyone knows. I don't know why.
If you had asked me about fucking how steroids work and all these things back when I was in pathophysiology class, I probably would have been able to spout out a lot more cool shit, but it's been years and I've forgotten so much shit. Well, I will save some of that for Forrest Coin. I'll talk a little bit more about steroid drugs and how prednisone works and shit like that at that time. And again, student Dr. Ben will chime in with all the things that I missed. It'll be great.
I'm almost tempted to let people send Jimmy coins and I'll just share a random fact about some bullshit I know, but I'd have a hard time. I don't know how to go find those facts if nothing prompts them. So I don't know. Anyway.
Right. That's a problem I have as well.
Y'all want more chats or what?
$5. I mean, $5 from Jan Mickle Douglas. Forrest, great example of evolution. Grasshopper mouse and bark scorpion. What you think? Jimmy, Hubadilate and go fuck yourself.
Happy birthday and go fuck yourself.
Oh, happy birthday. Gotcha. I am not familiar with grasshopper mouses. Let me look those up. Because I know about rock pocket mice and how they've been doing shit, and it's really fucking cool. Let me just double check. If these are the guys that I'm thinking about, evolution of a carnivorous lifestyle in grasshopper mice. I'm seeing some cool books about this. Here we go. Oh, it's actually got both. Here's a thing from the NIH. It's a journal on neuroscience education. That's neat. The grasshopper mouse and bark scorpion evolutionary biology meets plain modulation and selective receptor inactivation. That sounds neat as fuck. Yeah, I don't know about this example, but it sounds neat, and apparently it's being used to teach evolutionary medicine and neuroscience right now, so clearly it's a good one. I always point to rock pocket mice because
they howl at the moon. Did you know that? Grasshopper mice howl at the moon.
Yeah, they're great. Have you seen the edit videos where they're like, "Oh," it's so great. But there's rock pocket mice which live across the American Southwest, and you have these great this huge golden deserts with like these big patches of volcanic lava flows. So you have these dark patches in this yellow desert, and you'll see these populations of mice that live in these dark patches evolving dark fur, and each one of these dark patches has its own population of dark-furred mice with different mutations producing this dark fur, or sometimes the exact same kind of mutation. It's covalent or a convergent evolution in several different ways. It's radically cool. 10 theoretical dollars.
You just gave away like Michael a free Briggs. Forrest coin, I feel like.
Shit and piss. 10 theoretical dollars from Michael Briggs. Forrest, love your content and format. In your academic research setting, how do you use the term knowledge and assert fact? How do you use the term knowledge and assert facts? How does your language and approach change with a non-specialized audience? A lot. It's so like if I'm talking about let me see if I can actually just like pull up here. So this is if I were to grab a random example, let me go down to the bottom of this guy. Tooth enamel. This is a thing that I'm talking about with like how teeth form and whatnot. Blah blah. The delta 13C values of enamel bioappetite of herbivores usually exhibit plus 13 parts per million enrichment relative to the plants consumed during their lifetime. Why would I ever say that to a person? The bioappetite, generalized as this formula, is a mineral component of tooth enamel. The carbon and oxygen isotopes found in bioappetite come in the form of carbonate, CO3-2, and phosphate, PO4-3. Phosphate is less susceptible to diagenetic corruption, but is more expensive and time-consuming to analyze and less popular in the literature. Carbonate is generated from biogenic carbon dioxide, produces a byproduct of food metabolism, and precipitates into enamel in isotopic equilibrium with body water, substituting for phosphate in the appetite matrix during mineral formation. Like, the way that I'm speaking in an academic setting it's big fancy words, but it's a lot more succinct, and that's important. So if I'm talking about like if I'm saying here that carbonate precipitates in isotopic equilibrium with body water, why do you need to care about that? You don't. But when I'm talking about it here, I'm explaining why the oxygen isotope concentration of tooth enamel is going to reflect the surface water that's being drunk by an animal over the course of its lifetime, because the body water that's being generated from that and the biogenic carbon dioxide here is being fixed into this stuff. So like that's what I'm talking about. So as far as like how my language approaches, I would be using like level appropriate language in order to be effective in different scenarios. If I'm talking to a non-specialized audience, there are a lot of topics I'm going to outright avoid. And if I do get into things, I'm going to give a very clear definition of exactly what I'm talking about and why it's important before I ever get to what I'm actually saying, which is why I'm notorious for giving fucking 10 to 30 minute long rants about the most mundane thing, because I want to make sure that everybody listening understands why what I'm saying is so fucking exciting. Whereas if I were speaking to my peers or to my superiors, or my intellectual superiors or whatever, like people, if I'm submitting a thesis, the language that I'm using is not just to impress, it's to make sure that I'm skipping all of those steps. You know what I mean? So they already know why what I'm saying is important. I don't have to go through down that road. I can explain a little bit more about, these other things.
Naomi,
that's what I would say.
Naomi, what's a phrase you use in your day-to-day or in your day-to-day computer science career that you like don't almost ever use? You use it all the time as a computer scientist, but like never talking to just people.
Oh, of course. Language-based ecosystem would be one that if you just said it to a random person, they'd be like, what the heck are you talking about? But yeah, we get into like really deep technical terms and very, very much like to the point when we're doing kind of like academic writing. But when talking to everyday people, they don't know any of these prerequisite stuff. They barely understand how a computer works. And so trying to reach a wider audience is a lot more, let's take it way back and let's keep it in, this is the cool, exciting part.
Any good puns in your field?
Ooh, good puns? Not a ton, to be honest. Not a ton.
That's a bummer. I'm a woodworker, so I gotta chill in innuendo all goddamn day.
Nice.
Yeah, the thing that I was just reading that was in that other language, that's some of my writing for my thesis. And so like that's the kind of shit that I would say. It's just very, very different.
Do you get a lot of innuendo?
No reason. Not as much as you might expect, because most of my research is into teeth. So like, what am I gonna do? You know what I mean?
I literally lubricated a shaft earlier today.
There you go.
In my wood shop.
How are you gonna make a sexy thing about fucking taphonomic processes of mineralization? It's what this.
Well, you're not gonna with that attitude.
I'm not gonna fucking find a way to talk about the sexy evapotranspiration. What's that all about?
There is a programming language called Coq, but that's about all we've got over in computer science.
Wait, no. Wait a second. Come on.
It's COQ, but it is pronounced Coq.
And
that's fantastic.
How many computer
I was
engineers
playing
work
with some
with cock?
the other day, just testing out some proofs, you know?
Yeah. Would you say that a lot of computer engineers like cock, or do they prefer other things?
It's pretty niche, actually. You'd be surprised.
Okay. It's very selective. No, I'm not surprised. My overall experience is that, you know, I don't know how I'm going to turn this into a good one. Cock. Okay, moving on.
The fact that my research is mainly focused around deer, maybe I could try to say horny, but then I would just have to correct myself and be like, those aren't horns, they're antlers. They're not bovids, they're cervids, you fucking idiot. Like, it's, you know what I mean? I can't do that. Antlers aren't horns. There's your next free Forrest coin. $10 from Thomas Neal. Atheist as of 2021. Congratulations. I used to think science as taboo. Try anything once. Hee. I love that. And I dismissed it as worldly. Yeah, I get that a lot. Does empathy play a part in your interactions with people with like old me? Very yes. Very yes. Literally just the other day, Amber and I were watching. There's this old, like, kind of like documentary. It's more of just like I don't know what they would be called, like where they're just filming people as like a story of just what they're doing. It's called Hell House, and it's about this Christian church making one of those nightmare walkthrough thing, like haunted houses for Halloween, but it teaches you about Jesus. And they've got like, they're showing these people and they're like, we're going to have the suicide scene where this kid is being bullied in class and he blows his brains out. And we're going to use a real gun with blank bullets in it to really make it scary. But we don't want to have when we have the lesbian scene, don't let them actually kiss because nobody needs to see that. Fuck. Like, you know what I mean? And like they're showing these people and these really hideous, awful things that they're showing children and the awful messages they're sharing. But then this guy who's like the main preacher is speaking about this, and he's like, you know, I really like I have to accept the fact that like these people are going to go to hell, and I don't want that to happen. If I know this is extreme, but if it scares somebody into behaving the way that God wants them to, and that saves their soul, that's all that's important, that matters. It's so, and like, dude, 100%, I get it. I'm like, I super understand where you're coming from, and you are a kind and moral person trying to help somebody that you genuinely believe is in danger. Who could possibly fault you for that? I 1,000,000% have empathy for that. That's why so much of like my public discourse about these things is not just, you know, you're a dick. It's your God isn't real, but also if he was, he's a dick. And also, how the fuck do you know it's a he? And like, that's kind of the thing, you know what I mean? I feel like that's much more important. So like, yeah, absolutely. I have a lot of empathy for old you and people like old you. It's very important.
I think empathy is core to like actually changing people's minds, because you need to understand where they're at and where they're coming from to understand how they reach those conclusions and how to even approach, you know, addressing kind of where they're specifically at in their ideology and their beliefs, and yeah, where they are as a human even.
Yeah, it pisses me off so much when, you know, it's a lot of times it gets pinned on the new atheist, somebody who just became an atheist recently. They tend to be very angry and very willing to go out and start a fight with anybody, which is understandable. You realize you're living a lie or being lied to for so long, you're bound to be pissed off. You know what I mean? But like, so many newer atheists are the people who go out there who want to be edgy, and they want to tell her, oh, religion's a mental disorder, and all these sheep with their fucking in their cults and all these things. And like, there's value deep under the surface of what you're saying and that we can get to, but you're deliberately just being as offensive as possible, and you're going to drive these people deeper into their belief systems, because, you know, Christianity teaches you that people will come against you and come against God. And that's proof of the apocalypse. That's a sign of the end times. And it becomes a point where the more evidence you give them, the more reason you give them not to believe, that in and of itself is proof of their beliefs and is a reason to believe. And like that, you have to be cognizant of that. You have to be able to meet people where they're at. That's why, you know, most of my I hesitate to use the word skills, but like most of the skills that I bring to the table in debating religion actually come from science education, rather than just saying, here's the facts. let's get you there. Let's tell a story. Let's build where you're at. Like start from where you're at and get to where I'm trying to take you. Not like so much building this intellectualism, but to say like that's all education is. It's a pageant. It's bringing people along for the ride until you get them to the conclusion that you want them to get to. The help their mind work in this new way. So yeah, that's kind of what I try to bring to the table. Yeah, thanks so much for asking. Very, very kind of you, Thomas. We'll take the next slide, please. There it is. $10 from African Elements with Professor Darius. That sounds like a cool fucking album. Roll in the Closet Goblin merch. Where can I buy it? You can get it at valkailabs.com. We've got a Roll in the Closet Goblin t-shirt right now with a very simple, minimalist, stylized closet and a little green Roland right there, and it's awesome. It did just say Closet Goblin. Now it says Roland the Closet Goblin. And the reason I changed it was because I was afraid that people might think it was anti-LGBT with the Closet Goblins. And I didn't want to put that narrative. You can also get this sick t-shirt at valkailabs.com. Not this exact one, but one that looks very much like it. You can get this one at valkailabs.com as well. My $5 from Hank Says, and Hank says, my dad is a retired science teacher. Never had him at school, but my favorite of his lessons is that knowing more stuff makes you love it more. More about stuff makes you love it more. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the best part about life in general. Getting to know all sorts of cool things.
Does the back of your shirt say I am?
No, this is, do you know what this is? I get the joke. I'm not avoiding the joke, but are you familiar with this?
Am I familiar with your merch? No.
Well, no, I think what this says, this is Darwin. It's in Darwin's notebook when he was first coming up with the idea of common ancestry. He drew this really cool little, very simple phylogenetic tree with it just said A, B, C, D with these little branches. And he wrote, I think, off next to it, like, I think this is how it works. And so this is his handwriting that I put on the shirt. That's this kind of iconic, the beginning of this new school of thought. It's cool.
You might get sued by the Darwins.
Right. If you type to Google Darwin, I think, you'll see the original drawing and you'll see this text as he wrote it. And the man clearly had the same kind of dysgraphia I have. Look at that fucking K. That's madness. But yeah, no, I fucking love learning new things about new things. It's the best way to show something you love it, is to dig into it. $5 from Denver Arnold. Old stream answer. Instead of sissy fit or hissy fit, I suggest simply pitching a fit. And if you like to be insulting, add like a child or like Jimmy. For context, Naomi, a little while ago, we were talking about something that the Republicans were upset about. And I used the word hissy fit or sissy fit or something like this. And my wife immediately texted me. I was like, hey, have you thought about the fact that there's some sexist connotation of that? And I was like, I guess there is. And so we immediately had like a 10-minute discussion over why that's probably not cool to say and like why were some better options. So love that somebody is throwing out new ideas. Love that. Don't be like Jimmy, y'all. Don't do that. Nobody deserves that.
You know who didn't deserve that? Me. I didn't deserve this.
So true. So true.
Thank you for having my back, Naomi.
$7 from Sheridan Bernasconi. Don't burn your scones, y'all. Why do some people not understand the art of drag queens with children? Nice to get to know Naomi. Hi, Forrest, and go fuck yourself, Jimmy. I have a long answer about this, so I'm going to try to shorten it, but I'm going to let you go first.
Yeah, I think that kind of generally the biggest thing that ties into this is that the media portrayal surrounding the outrage against drag queens tries to paint drag, gender nonconformity, queerness in general as inherently sexual, inherently tied to sex and acts of sex, not as just a type of performance art, which can encompass lots of different types of shows. Just like any form of theater, you could have a play that would be inappropriate for kids, and yeah, kids shouldn't be going to that, but you could also have a play that is kid-friendly and approaches kid-friendly topics and is educational, for example. The same thing's true with drag. So it really has to do with particular framing, which is used to fearmonger. So when you just show people only sexual imagery involving drag, that's how they come to associate in their head, oh, this is what drag must be. And it just doesn't paint a picture of what drag actually is, or what drag is as a whole, as a performance art, which can be used in lots of contexts, many of which are perfectly safe and friendly, and there is nothing wrong at all.
Yeah, it really, what gets me about it is, number one, as I said earlier on, the big issue here is that they're incapable of separating femininity from sexuality. If a man wants to dress as a woman, wants to dress in drag, that is not an inherently sexual act. You just see feminine and you assume, oh, there's sex involved now. Also, funny how all the people, I know this is a red herring, but I can't help it, is that it's funny how all the same politicians who are very, very strongly for protecting children from drag queens don't give a half a shit about protecting kids from school shootings. That's not an issue at all. It really just comes down to this inherent othering. They need to make an enemy. And I talk a lot about the insular cortex, the insula in your brain. It's a part of the brain that's largely responsible for disgust. When you think about eating rotten, nasty food, if you ever think about smelling raw sewage or whatever like that, the part of your brain that makes you feel sick to your stomach is the same part of the brain that handles moral disgust as well, or at least is largely responsible for it, because there's no such thing as one central brain region that does exactly one thing. But this part of your brain is largely responsible for, if you see rape, genocide, pedophilia, incest, murder, whatever, there's a reason why we say that makes me sick to my stomach, that makes me ill, that leaves a bad taste in my mouth, because it's literally the same part of your brain handling these things. And this is a neuroscience lesson that, even without knowing a single thing about the brain, every single despot and dictator in history has known full well. Because if you want to destroy people, if you want to commit genocide, if you want to have somebody unabashedly hate somebody else, all you need to do is dehumanize these people and associate them with this disgust part of your brain. It's why, we see such an easy tie to xenophobia. Oh, these people eat bugs? That's gross. They must not be human. You know what I mean? And so when we do the same thing with trans people or with drag queens or whatever it may be, if you can get somebody to associate, oh, this is a man in a dress, he must be a groomer, we can all agree that groomers are fucking horrible. And if we can label an entire group of people as groomers, you no longer have to have an argument about them. You no longer have to think about them. You no longer have to have a civilized debate about them. You're either with us or you're with the pedophile. And now you have to go through the hurdle of saying, well, actually, and looking bad and trying to bring that in. And that's now the issue you have to solve. It's a great way to avoid critical thinking and a great way to dehumanize people and make it really easy to commit genocide against them, which, if you remember how the UN actually classifies genocide, involves a lot of the shit that we're doing to trans people right now. Fun fact. Forrest coin. There you go. Separating children from their culture, making it impossible for people to live in whole or in part, restricting access to medical care and life-saving treatments and things like that. All these things about, like, in whole or in part erasing a culture or a group of people or a type of person. Kind of weird, right? Kind of cool how that works. $20 from Light Halcyon, not the heavy Halcyon, the Light Halcyon. Recently visited the American Museum of Natural History in New York City and got to see Titanosaur with my kiddo. Fucking awesome. It's my new favorite dinosaur now. Not sure why I needed to share this with you, so here's $20. Love it. Thank you so much. Titanosaur is cool as fuck. There it is. 50 theoretical dollars from Nilly Wilson. I can't watch the rest of the stream. I'm so sorry. I'll watch tomorrow. Good for you. Here's a donation if Jimmy wants to take a poll about a question to ask Forrest and Naomi. Can be chat suggestions. Jimmy, you can decide the options. # fuck you, buddy. He didn't say what the poll would be about, so I disagree with whatever it is the stance I'm taking. Please make it something that's
I imagine the context is we need to figure out something the two of you disagree about, or put the two of you at odds, so then we can just vote you versus Naomi. But, we could just make that a thing. Like, vote Forrest, Naomi. But I'm voting Naomi.
Yeah, I would too. It's probably the better way to do it.
It's and the winner gets, you know, drugs. We'll give drugs to the winner. Naomi, you want some drugs? Oh, don't answer that if you're doing your PhD somewhere. But you know, DM me after if you win.
Okay.
Yeah. Did we read this? Yeah. All right, there you go.
$10 from Rinpu, Kansas City. Insert Forrest coin. Mushrooms are more closely related to you than they are to plants. They're heterotrophic. They're not autotrophs, and they have their cell walls are made of chitin, which is a polysaccharide found in animals' exoskeletons, like lobsters and crabs, and also arachnids and insects. And a few they don't have chloroplasts, but they do have mitochondria. Yeah. So mushrooms, they're more closely related to you than any plant.
And they're even more closely related to Donald Trump, according to Stormy Daniels' memoir. I don't know if anybody read it.
I hate how true that is. No, I know exactly what you're talking about, and it's awful.
He got a mushroom pee-pee, but you know, good for him. No shame.
Do you watch Pen 13, or have you watched it? Or Pen 15?
Pen 15,
sorry.
Yeah.
You got an aardvark dick, and that's why your dad died. So good. $5 from Denver Arnold. Nerd out about the platypus for as long as Jimmy allows, at least 5 minutes. Go. Also, would you do a short series about weird animals like that one?
So the thing
I'm assuming this means me.
If this is you're asking as long as I would allow, but you didn't insert a Forrest coin, which is what the ranty science things are referencing.
Also less than $10.
Really, it's like the $5 are we're reading the $5 chats out, but we're not going on 5-minute rants for him. You got to insert that Forrest coin. This is a sick boy. He needs you all to buy him medicine. Take care of him.
I'm like slowly becoming morally hunched over as this show's going on. I'm just so tired.
You can give one thing you like about the platypus.
They're monotremes, which means they lay eggs, and a lot of people think that means that they're fucking weird. We're the weird ones with our fucking strange ass live births, because mammals evolved 220 million years ago. The first 100 million years of our existence, we all laid goddamn eggs. Marsupials and placentals only split and evolved 120 million years ago. So platypuses and echidnas, they're factory default settings. We're the fucking weird ones. All the rest of the mammals are the weird ones for giving live birth. And by the way, giving live birth has nothing to do with the definition of a mammal. It has to do with mammary glands and hair or fur. There's a few other ones like a post-anal tail and a notochord, but nobody gives a fuck about those. If you can produce milk and you have fur, you're a mammal. Nobody gives a shit how you have kids. Think about that next time you're on the turlet watching this stream. $10 from Sviv Golden Calf. This is the internet. The better question is, this is the internet. The better question is, who doesn't want to fuck the cartoon? I remember what you're talking about now. We're talking about the fucking the M&Ms. It's true though. Rule 34. It breaks everything.
The sexy
M&Ms are hot. They're all curved.
Become all of the discourse. The sexy M&Ms.
Mm-hmm.
$10 from Shelly Marie. How are fossils differentiated between species and breed? Example, if future Great Dane versus pug fossils are found, how does this relate to past fossils leading up to Homo sapiens? Yeah. So this is actually a whole thing. There's a whole, remember, you've probably heard me say several times before that there is no such thing as a species. Species is just a very poor and arbitrary way that we group organisms together. And so there is no one single definitive way to classify or define what a species is. And so because of that, one thing that's really important to think about, there is actually a fossil species concept. If we talk about dogs like pugs and Great Danes, you're not going to find that level of variation amongst wild populations. That is the result of selective breeding. So it wouldn't be that bad, but there have been examples, like, for example, you look up a Styracosaurus, these big triceratops looking boys with the big crest on their head. We had like 50 species of them, and then we realized that what we actually were seeing were different developmental stages in the life of one species. And we were able to condense a lot of them down. So, didn't throw up though. So it is tricky. And that's why a lot of the times we do have debates where we're like, okay, so Homo habilis and Homo rudolfensis and there's one or two more that I'm not remembering. Australopithecus. I'm too fucked up right now to think of it, but like, you can watch my video, What is a Human, on my YouTube channel, where Gutsa Gibbon and I talk about, near the end of the video, we talk about different species, different hominid species, that like physiologically and morphologically fit the boxes of several different other species, and they really blur the line between different humans, and we don't know if they're the same species or different species, or if they should exist at all as a species, or what. There's some people arguing that Homo habilis shouldn't be considered a separate species. There's some people who are saying that Homo erectus should actually be like 15 different species. Like, there's a lot of that, and that's something that's, difficult.
Were you looking for Australopithecus afarensis?
No, it's not afarensis. It's a different one.
Robustus.
No, Australopithecus robustus is actually Paranthropus robustus, and that's a totally different guy. Australopithecus robustus was reclassified as Paranthropus robustus when we saw how differentially they split. By the way, Paranthropus robustus is in the only other member of the genus Paranthropus next to Paranthropus boisei, who's one of my favorite hominids in the whole wide world. He's called Nutcracker Man because he got a great big crazy jaw.
We're going to get to the bottom of this.
We just found evidence that he used stone tools to chop up hippos.
No one Forrest coined this. Sediba. Australopithecus Sediba.
Yeah, I think it is Sediba. Yeah, I think it is Sediba.
The other obvious candidate would be Anamensis. Yep.
Yeah. Anamensis and Sediba are fucking weird. Yeah, thank you for giving me that. It's been a long time.
Guess what, everyone? Jimmy only pretends to be stupid. Fuck to all of you. I think, did you read this one?
No.
Tight.
No.
Tight.
Am I doing it now? 129
pesos.
Is that it is pesos. Okay, cool. 129 pesos from Anton Gomez. Forrest, do you know about the discrepancies between your video of sex and sensibility, and the one that Professor Dave explains? No, I don't. I haven't watched Professor Dave's video. I've been meaning to for a long time. I don't have the time to sit there and analyze what he's saying. I know he's very popular. I have nothing against him. I don't know anything about him, really. I've seen like 2 things that he's ever done. He seems like a really nice guy. I have no reason to, I have nothing negative to say about Professor Dave. I just haven't had the time to experience this stuff. I do know that the main discrepancies people have pointed out to me is that we use a little bit of language differently. He uses gender. I think he uses gender the way that I would use the word sex. And then he uses the word like gender identity or gender expression the way that I would use gender or something like that. But like, as far as I know, we hit similar talking points and make similar conclusions. Not sure. And someday I will actually take the time to, I think his video is like 45 minutes. I just got to fucking do it someday. But every time I have that much free time, I am either working or I'm just trying to get in like as many snuggles as I possibly can.
Guess what? Guess what?
What?
Professor Dave will be on next Monday.
Will he really?
On this show next Monday.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I would love to get a chance to talk to him because like I said, I genuinely just haven't watched his stuff. I've been meaning to for a long time. He's got 2 million followers or subscribers on YouTube. Clearly he's doing something right. I'm pretty sure he's a master's of biochem, isn't he?
I don't know. I just did what everyone told me. Get Professor Dave on, and then Aron did a show with Dave, and I was like, hey, we should ask Dave if he wants to come on. And then Dave was like, sure. You know the worst part about it? He's got a hard 90-minute limit next Monday.
Yeah, he's probably busy.
Well, cool. He said he can do longer in the future, but for this one, he's got a hard 90-minute limit.
Yeah. Watch him come on and be like, oh, fucking Forrest Valkai, that asshole. God, don't ever have, I hate Forrest. He's the worst. Hate that fucking video he put out, too. Wrong at every level.
It's in his writer that you're not allowed to be promoted or mentioned on the show, actually. And none of the M&Ms can, he wants M&Ms in his green room, and they can't remind him of your hair, whatever that means.
He gets a green room. That's bullshit. Yeah. No.
Yeah. Yep.
$5 from Shelly Marie. If my question wasn't clear, can different species on the line leading human actually be different breeds, quote, quote, of human? Yeah, so like that's when we talk about specifically, like, look at, for example, Homo erectus. Homo erectus is the longest existing and most widely differentiated species of human. They lived from about 1.8 million years ago to about 110,000 years ago. And they spread from Africa all across Europe, Asia, and down into Indonesia. And while they did so, they diversified quite a bit. So much so that there is a difference between Homo erectus sensu strictu in the strict sense and Homo erectus sensu latu in the loose sense. When we talk about the strict sense of Homo erectus, we are talking specifically about one group of them just in this one little pocket of Asia, you got Eurasia. Because the Homo erectus that didn't leave Africa, we reclassified them as Homo ergaster because they become so much different. And then the ones that did go out into this area, we classify them as Homo javensis. And then is there where we get a branch off that becomes Denisovans later, and a branch off that becomes Heidelbergensis later, and a branch off that becomes Georgiensis later, and a branch off that becomes this other thing. And so, like, they are so widely diverse that you could very easily call them, you know, to use the word very loosely, breeds. But yeah, it is just a matter of classification, and that is a huge issue in bioanthropology, specifically because we have way too many goddamn fossils. And the truth is, if you had every single skeleton from me going back, you know, however many million years, every single one, me, my parents, their parents, there's not a single point where you could point and say, all right, that's now a human and nothing else is before it. That just isn't how it works. And so because we have so many fossils of hominids, the lines are really fuzzy, and the way that we say which one's which is really difficult to draw. And there's a lot of debate about saying, should we call this a different species or not, or a different subspecies, like how we do with archaic Homo sapiens versus Homo sapiens sapiens, the modern us. That's just it's a subspecies line that really we could loop them all in. But when you look at the skulls, they're very clearly different. But when you look at the timeline, they're very clearly the same. But when you look at the adaptations, they're different. But when you look at the brain case sizes, they're the same. And so on and so on and so on.
I thought you were caught in a loop. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no. Yeah, fuck, dude. I am going to put in the chat, Smithsonian. Oh, fuck. I just typed the word Smith and it opened up a fucking thing. So if I go here to the Smithsonian and here's the species, I'm going to put this in the chat. Look at the very bottom of this page, like scroll all the way to the bottom of that webpage. And there's this really dope chart that shows not all, but a lot of the hominin species that we've identified. Again, not even close to all of them, but a lot of them. And instead of having a branching pathway, a cladogram, it just shows them as lines with fuzzy ends. And the fuzzy ends are like, they came into existence somewhere in here and they left somewhere in there. And they show the timelines of when they arrived, but we don't have a link because, you know, the links are debatable between which one came first, which one was the same species, but but actually different, but broke off, but blah, blah, blah. So take a look at that. It'd be really tight. $5 from Undead Comrade. Conservatives argue against gender-affirming care provided by MDs, but don't question circumcision done without consent. Love you guys, except for Jimmy. Go fuck yourself. Hard agree with this, dude. Why the fuck 100%. Is it still controversial?
The other one that, like, conservatives never talk about is intersex genital mutilation, where you have about, like, 1 out of every 1,000 to 2,000 live births, the babies are born with genitals that are somewhere in between a penis and a vagina, and it's typically, still to this day, the medical standard for doctors to operate and force this baby's genitals to conform to one direction or the other, even though that has more likely to have complications than there would be any risk of a negative thing happening if they were just allowed to exist as their bodies naturally were. And we've even seen a lot of the bills which have been banning a gender-affirming care, adding specific excluding causes, which would still keep intersex genital mutilation performed non-consensually on babies legal, while banning consensual gender-affirming care for adults. It is insane.
Absolutely, and that's what's so crazy is, ambiguous genitalia is more common than IQs over 140. Like it's something that fucking happens quite a bit, especially with the size of the human population. And just to say, I am now going to decide what's going to happen to this kid's genitals and their whole fucking life, and like it's the same thing when we talk about circumcision. It's a pointless and painful process that we're having to argue about for cultural reasons. Why the fuck are we having to sit here and say, oh, well, should we cut baby dicks? Should we do that? If we're talking about female genital mutilation, it's really easy, isn't it? To say, no, it makes no fucking sense to say that we should be cutting off this poor girl's clitoris. I agree with that entirely. Let's apply the same line of thinking to now let's also not fucking chop off a part of this kid's penis or decide what fucking genitals they get without asking them. Like it's oh my God, so wild. $5 from RPG Debunks. Love your data, by the way. $5 from RPG Debunks. I've read in some papers that the Y chromosome is shrinking. What I think would be interesting is to see what would happen if we removed it completely. So just removing it just like at once wouldn't be a good deal because it still does have some functionality.
Yeah, you're going to want that SRY guy.
Yeah, the SRY is important and
it's pretty important.
Kind of.
What do you mean, kind of?
Like the thing is, well,
I can do without it.
The fact is,
but I can't.
There are plenty of species that have become completely like monoecious, that were dioecious species that still have that have only one sex in their population, but still need like. So an example that I usually give is whiptail lizards. Whiptail lizards are in the American Southwest, and they are completely female in population. They didn't used to be, but they evolved parthenogenesis as a way of reproduction. So now they are all clonal, and they fertilize their own egg, which isn't too crazy.
I think RPG Debunks may have been talking about humans. Just might.
Well, what?
Just maybe. I think RPG Debunks talking about the human Y chromosome.
For sure they are.
Yeah.
For sure they are. But what I'm saying is in this lizard species, which don't use the same kind of, sex differentiation system that we do, they still have to have sex. A female has to mount another female and perform male sexual rituals in order to cause that female to fertilize her own eggs and give birth to more lizards. As far as the human Y chromosome is concerned, over the past 300 million years, it's lost like 99% of the genes that it had. Like the Y chromosome in humans was like over 1,400 genes at one point, and over the past 300 million years, it's lost like well over 1,300 of them. And now that the whole chromosome is only like, I think it's like 40 something genes left, if I remember right. And all those there's SRY, which is important for sex differentiation. It's not the only way that happens, but it's important. And then there's something that does like, it makes some unique ribosomes. So protein synthesis is slightly different in my body than it would be in somebody without a Y chromosome, just slightly. And a couple other shit like that. But yeah, it is getting smaller and smaller, and it's predicted that over the next probably 10 million or so years, it might not be there at all anymore. And that's interesting to think about. I have no idea what the complications or what the events of that would be. There is a really fucking cool there's a guy in the University of he's at Georgia Tech in Atlanta, Georgia Tech. He's a professor that studies human evolutionary genomics, and I talked to him recently, and I wonder what he thinks about this. I'll be writing to him about this now because that sounds cool as fuck. Yeah, I have nothing else to say about this that would be any kind of interesting to anybody. My brain shutting off. $10 from Larry Pihizchaman. Mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam probably lived at the same times of severe population bottlenecks in whatever region in Africa they lived in. Fewer parents means their children had the upper hand by default. Yeah, that's pretty much the long and short of it. Yeah, is they're so different, but like limited genetic diversity is what's the word I'm using? Limited genetic diversity is a major factor in the founder effect, I guess I should say. Oh. My wife is watching the stream and she just texted me, "Can I bring you meds?" Yes, please.
Oh.
I'll read this one.
Oh.
99 from Raven
Thank
200.
you.
Hey, Forrest, to you, what is something you find amusing about evolution? For instance, the fact that we have tails but not tailbones like our hairy cousins. Insert Forrest coin. I think people are not understanding the insert Forrest coin thing. It's meant to be you just sort of send that and then you get a random fun fact. You can still ask a question like this, but the coin thing is meant to be to create a little bit of enjoyable chaos. But whatever. Anyway.
Oh, I want to hear some dope ass computer science facts. I'm getting cheated out of those. Amusing fact about evolution.
Humans are monkeys.
Are the only. Well, yeah, but like I was going to say, humans are the only great ape. And I believe the only primate species, if I remember right. It could be one of the only, but definitely one of the only, probably the only primate species without a bacillum, which is a penis bone. How cool is that? No idea why. We just lost ours. Chimpanzees is significantly reduced as well, so it makes sense that there's a trend there. But yeah, we don't have a penis bone. Think about that. The word boner could actually be a bone involved, and we just don't have one. It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame.
Then someone says, "I've got a bone to pick with you," and you say, "No, you don't."
Truth.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Everyone's at home right now, just cracking up. They're throwing popcorn at the screen. That's so funny. So fucking funny. Did it not send the next one? What the fuck's going on?
No.
There you go.
Yeah, no, it's $5 more from Comrade, Undead Comrade. Question for the channel: any chance of a political show coming in the future? We already talked about other taboo subjects. Maybe call it Across the Aisle.
We're launching a brand new political call-in show with David Pack. No, I'm just kidding. I just did that to get people to go, "Oh, really?" No. So look, the deal is I don't want to do, I feel like I'm already going to have to start doing it on my main channel, but I don't want to do well, this is my main channel now, but my personal channel, I should call it. I don't want to do a ton of political content this year because next year is going to be wall to wall. But things are already like heating up, and obviously the whole trans panic shit is like fucking getting way worse quickly. So there's no avoiding it. So while I'm not going to say we're going to launch a politics specific show, I think you're going to notice more episodes of Cus I Wanna from both Matt and I being basically, for lack of a better word, triggered by some political stuff going on. I think you will see episodes of HOSTility, specifically bringing on some political minds and stuff. So I would say expect lots more political programming, but I'm definitely not thinking we're going to be doing a political specific show. Now, that said, if we were, I would not call it Across the Aisle because that implies I'm going to platform hosts of both sides. And fuck no, we're going hard socialist on this channel. Y'all can meet me at the fucking Marxist summer house. That's where I'll be. I just said that to piss people off. Anyway, so that's all.
Smash that like button to hear me do a whole Cus I Wanna about critical race theory.
We have €5 from Pancaking On. Naomi, any tips for a person with an amateur amount of knowledge wanting to get into computer science? Hashtag Team Katy. Hashtag don't care if it isn't TACIS. Hashtag go F your sin, Jimmy. Yeah, that's a great question. I think that for somebody who's just really, trying to approach computer science, I would recommend starting out with Python. And there are wonderful tutorials, wonderful resources out there for learning Python at an introductory kind of level. There are also a lot of kind of resources which are written for somebody who might be very familiar with other languages and then kind of transferring those to Python. So if you're interacting with some of these resources and it seems like way over your head, don't freak out. It's probably written for an audience that is broadly familiar with programming topics. But there are some ones out there that are definitely much more oriented towards beginners, like Code Academy, for example. So yeah, Python is wonderfully forgiving for new users and very intuitive and just a joy to get jumping into. So that'd be my recommendation. Also look for local events, little like coding camps and stuff. Those are surprisingly more common than you think.
Python is also how I got into organismic biology. It was Burmese pythons, ball pythons, and carpet pythons specifically. That's how I got started in a lot of animal handling.
Beware the Python pipeline.
Do you like mayonnaise, Naomi?
I do not.
Then you are Team Katy indeed.
Ooh.
That's the hashtag Team Katy was on here. Katy always represents the anti-mayo lobby.
Why would anyone eat mayonnaise when hot sauce is right there? You know what I mean?
Some people mix them together and they make it into an aioli.
Strange.
What are we doing?
No, there are good aiolis out there. I don't know what you're talking about. Mayonnaise is fine occasionally, but not very often.
Every day we drift further away from God. $10 from Mahali Alaga. Coin for Naomi. When I was in school for computers, were either a green or amber screen only. Love that reference. My God. As a girl, I was discouraged from even trying programming. Naomi, you are a role model I wish I had.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Okay, so first Naomi coin. I'm going to go with computer binary isn't really binary in the sense that it's an abstraction of electricity, which actually exists along a spectrum. So the way that it kind of works is you have a lower amount of electricity is recorded as a 0, and then a higher amount of electricity is recorded as a 1. And there is this middle region where the electricity behaves kind of amalgamous. And there was actually this hardware bug discovered where people could exploit the amalgamous fact of this electricity by repeatedly trying to write high electricity to one row of memory, and it could spill over into adjacent rows and actually flip data in adjacent rows of hardware. So you can actually abuse the non-binariness of computer binary to corrupt data. That's called the row hammer hardware bug.
I love that even binary isn't binary. For fucking all these people who think any binaries exist, you are idiots.
$5 from Linda Pendleton. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. $4.99 from the Raven 200. I once encountered a chimpanzee at my college who insisted that the moon is fake. Not the moon landing, but the moon itself. Again, this was at college. I once had a person approach me and ask me about, I forgot how the conversation started, but it got to the point where they were saying that we used to like to get from Tulsa, Oklahoma City took like several days of travel by like horse and buggy and shit like that. And now you can do it in an hour and a half. And we have lost that historical time. And that was time that we would spend with our families and our thoughts and things. And so the reduction of time that it takes to do things has a direct impact on our culture now that is separating us from like our ancestors or something. It was fucking weird. And when I grilled him on it, he asked me if I was an alien. And that was fucking wild.
I mean, changing the amount of time it takes to get from one place to another could be the difference between having to eat your family or not.
Exactly. And that's, you know what, man? That's progress. You don't have to eat your grandma anymore. Now you choose to. That's what's important. That's freedom.
Well, this is off the rails. I also want to point out how good that Naomi coin fact was, and y'all should send more Naomi coins.
It reminded me of translocation events and chromosomes. It's cool as fuck, dude. 10 Australian dollars from Eve McNeely. Spiders, meh. We lost the Great Emu War. Yeah, you did. And we have an entire class of animals where males have bifurcated organs and females have 3 vaginas. Yeah, you do. Maybe that's inspiration for a forest coin. Yeah, you're talking about fucking. Oh my god, there's so much there. Echidnas have 4 penises. It fucking is nuts, dude. And the Great Emu War is something that everybody should know about. Emus were such a fucking pest, going on trampling people's crops and eating people's fields and things like this, that the Australian army fought a fucking war with the emus and threw everything they had at them, and the emus won. And I forgot who it was, but like the general at the time said, if we could find a way to weaponize these motherfuckers, we would win every war ever. We would conquer the world, because emus are just too big and stupid to die. They're crazy things, dude. I fuck with some emus from time to time. They sound like buckets. They make this doo 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 sound. It sounds like a bucket rolling on the floor. They're great.
$5 from Gen X.
Oh, right. Go ahead.
Nominal Naomi. Any
So
breaking news in the NP versus NP complete situation? And go fuck yourself, Jimmy. The news is always that there's no news, and if there was news, it would absolutely break the field of computer science. So I guess if we're trying to get into like the whole NP versus NP complete problem space, the idea is that there are a certain set of computer problems which currently we don't have any solution for, which functions in polynomial time, which would be really great for optimizing algorithms. And we have this entire set of problems where they all seem we don't have solutions that work in polynomial time, but we know how to translate from problem to problem. So if we could find one polynomial time solution to one of these problems, we could use translations to solve all of these other problems way faster than we ever could before. And it would absolutely break so much of computer science, including like modern cryptography, for example. So if there was news in that area, you would hear about it, because like cryptographic algorithms, we would either know that they're proven secure for sure, or they're completely broken.
See, this is why I take 10 minutes to say.
I was going to say, and for all the stupid people in the, we're just going to both compete for it. And for all the stupid people, not me, but for all the stupid people watching who don't know what NP stands for, and I'll let you explain it. I totally know. But what does NP stand for?
NP stands for non-polynomial, as in non-polynomial time. So you would need something like exponential time, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that, but I'm glad you explained it to everybody else. So
exponential time, everybody knows what that is. That's what I was going to say. Is that this is why I take 10 minutes to explain everything, because she just said so much, and I agree with her, and I have no idea what the fuck she said. Oh my god. That's so cool. That's one thing I was really excited when you said that you were studying computer science, because like that is the one thing that I use as an example whenever people are like talking to me about like, oh, you think you know all these things. I'm like, no, for example, I know nothing about I'm pretty sure I know what a capacitor is, and I know what a transistor is, but that's not what computers are all about, I guess. But I know what it does. I don't know why, but I know what it does. And like that's the extent of my knowledge. I am, yeah. Oh my god, I'm like a boomer. Like, it's crazy.
Forrest didn't reset his computer before today's show. Everybody, feel free to roast him in the chat for that.
I restart my computer like twice a year. Why would I do it more than that? I don't know what it is. It just sits here. It does the math.
Naomi, do you want to list some of the benefits of a computer reset?
It doesn't really matter. Just leave it running.
You literally saw what happened. No, don't let him have that. You saw how bad his video was before and after.
See, if I were to criticize non-rebooting, I would be attacking myself. So I just can't commit to that.
Yeah, but you have a computer that can handle it.
Technological genius through general ineptitude.
Okay,
right
start reading your computer specs to Naomi, and let's see if this holds up.
It's a PC.
What do you think about
that? Yeah, that's all I got.
I don't know. I think the time to reboot is when you're having problems. That's the first line of solution. Try to reboot. But if there's no problems, why would you reboot?
It's right.
I'm going to suggest that people in production should reset everything before a new production always. But that's just me.
I will tell you this, I didn't know any better, so the computer that I'm currently using is an Alienware Aurora. It was $2,000, and then I found out later that it's a fucking shitty-ass $600 Dell inside a fancy alien-looking case is what Alienwares are. And it's got shitty plastic that blocks up the fuck, and it's got a big thing that blocks the fan so it overheats all the goddamn time. And it has the C drive is full, and I can't do anything about it, even though I've got 1 terabyte D drive not doing anything, and a 3 terabyte external hard drive not doing anything. It won't put shit on those. And so it's just got a C drive that's gummed up to fuck, and I have a problem running Microsoft Word sometimes. It was $2,000. Did I say it was $2,000? It was $2,000, and it runs worse than my goddamn laptop from time to time.
You are not immune to marketing.
Yeah. So like, and everyone's like, why didn't you just build your own? I'm like, I don't fucking know where to even begin. Do I use nails? What type of wood is computer wood? I don't know what anything is. And so I use computer science as the explanation or the example of things that I know fucking nothing about. I love hearing you talk about it, because hearing anyone talk about anything that I don't know anything about as a fucking foreign language is so much fun to me. Anyway, 10 Australian dollars from Eve McNeely. Also, insert Naomi coin would be great. It's nearly 20 years since I did a computer science degree. Tell us more, Naomi.
Okay, I'm going to go with the fact that so most people kind of have this idea that like when you shut off a computer, it's going to clear all the memory, everything's like reset to the ground state. But that's not true. So actually what happens is your memory, which holds these electrical charges, it kind of slowly leaks over time and slowly zeroes out. However, because this is based off of a physical phenomenon, we can exploit this. And there are actually attacks where you can do, you throw a stick of RAM in a freezer, like when you're turning off a computer, and you can actually read the bits that are still on this RAM, because in the freezer, the electricity leaks out even slower and it's easier to read. That's called a cold boot attack.
That's nuts. Fucking nuts, dude. It's so cool. $10 from Gritmonger. Insert Forrest Valcoin. Love that. Would eventually like to discuss if or how religion functions similarly to an organism in terms of attempting to survive amidst the aggregation of ideas or social constructs. Yeah, it's social evolution. It's the same reason why any idea, I was going to say ideology and I stopped and it just came out idea. Any idea or behavior or social norm or whatever evolves over time. It's the reason why women wear pants today, even though that was actually illegal at one point, because society changed and adapted, and we either got to throw out the whole damn system or let them wear fucking pants. And it's the same reason why we have so many churches now that are LGBT inclusive and like, you can come here and be gay and love Jesus, and we hate the sin, not the sinner, and these types of things. That it's because this system, the world is changing around you, and you either get with the times or get the fuck out of the way. And I think that's absolutely how that would go. That's more of a social fact than a biology fact, but I'm going to stick with it. $10 from the Couch Coward. Thank you for recommending The Secret Life of Fat. It was a fantastic book. Thank you. I fucking love that book. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. It's really cool. Everybody should read that shit. Hashtag Forrest Coin. On the topic of fat, the way that your body handles fat and the way that it deposits fat comes down way more than exercise and diet and all the shit that they try to sell you in books. Way more than that. It comes down to genetics and your microbiome. Like, those are fucking huge. You have this is why, one of the reasons why the BMI is such fucking bullshit, because it doesn't take into account racial differences, and hormonal differences. And so my wife is in the chat asking you, Jimmy, if you have any suggestions of what kind of computer I need.
I know. I'm responding right now.
I want to ask Naomi what kind of computer I need. You and I need to get together and you can build me something. That'd be great.
I did indeed build my computer right here, so I know the process.
Yeah. Girl, I'm absolutely going to be texting you after this. Like, how do I do something that can fucking run Word, please? But the hormones play a huge part in it. Estrogen is going to make fat deposits around your hips, thighs, butt, and breasts Testosterone is going to make fat deposit more on your gut and the back of your neck and your backside. That's just how that's going to be. But more than anything, Jesus Christ, that cat freaked me out. More than anything, it's going to, your genome plays a huge part in it as well. Populations, this is an example from that book, if I remember correctly, populations that have lived historically in like really, really arid environments where there isn't a lot of crops and isn't a lot of nutrition, then switching to a traditional American diet of milk and eggs and bread and cheese, massive incidence of obesity in a population that's eating and doing the same things that the rest of us are. And also your microbiome plays a huge part in this as well. Take mice, raise them in completely sterile conditions so they have no microbiome, they have no bacteria living in their guts, and you take poop from other mice and you do a poop transplant. You literally take some of this mouse's poop and insert it into the other sterile mouse and introduce some of the fecal bacteria from this mouse into that mouse, and that new mouse that you just put poop into will take on the phenotypic characteristics of the mouse whose poop it just received. If you take an obese mouse's poop and put it in a skinny mouse, the skinny mouse will become obese and vice versa. Because the way that we process food and extract nutrients has a huge amount to do with our microbiome, with our gut bacteria. Really cool shit, dude. If you want to lose weight fast, fuck the treadmill. Go ask your skinny friend for some poop and get to work, is what we're saying. Like, you just figure it out. Don't take that as medical advice. I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm not saying do it either. $5 from Kim Wilson. Great show, y'all. Random, but do you use the same call-in system as the Majority Report? I recognize the sound it makes and the lines are off.
Probably. Most people are using the system, but we've been waiting for a while to launch a different call-in system with a company that was supposed to be ready by now. But they are taking some time to finish it up, I suppose. So that it will change. But yeah, most online call format people who don't have $20,000 to set up their own in-house call-in system are using the same one.
Brag more about it.
About not having $20,000?
About having the system you're talking about trying to install.
The new system is not a $20,000 system. The new system is a new competitor to the current user that is subscription based, as opposed to the current model, which is minute based.
Gotcha. $10 from Candace Crosby. Love you all. You too, Jimmy. Take that, you son of a bitch. Get over yourself and just take the compliments. Insert Forrest coin. My stepmom is a geneticist who is anti-trans. That's odd. Explain that to me, please. You're awesome, Naomi. Bro, I would just say that a lot of the discourse in science around trans people and their existence tends to be very politically motivated. Even if it isn't, so to speak, like a Republican thing versus a Democrat thing, it's they're basing their opinion on the heuristics that they've been using for their whole life. And so they're using this. That's one thing that a lot of like theist scientists tend to use, is like these people at the Institute of Creation Research and shit like that, where they're talking about creation and they're saying, well, the data is the same. It's the worldview, the lens through which we're looking at this data is different. And they're fucking right. If you use a worldview, a heuristics of like, this is the only way to be a human, that there's this very strict binary and that you're either this or that, and there's no in between, and there's nobody could possibly be born this way or that way that's different. Yeah, you're going to look at this same data and you're going to say this data is wrong. The experiment's flawed. Something's different. I look to, a lot of the times I get criticized because I talk about, brains, and I say that, that trans women have, literally a woman's brain and a boy's body, and trans men have a male brain and a girl's body. And that's a gross oversimplification. And I admit that. 100%. I'm speaking to a general audience of thousands of people. There's no fucking way I'm going to get into the details of it, because I would very quickly hit the limit of my understanding of it. And I don't fucking want to like get, it's not the time or place for any of that. However, people that do actually study it for a living, that know way more about it, people that I respect, have said it exactly the same way I'm doing it and more. You look up I've recommended more times than I can count on this show. Robert Sapolsky did lectures on brain gender that are a little out of date now. They're like 5-10 years old now, but not all of them are. Some of them are just from last year. And he talks about exactly that. He is a neurobiologist. He's a person who studies brains and neuroendocrinology for a living and teaches it at Stanford. And he fucking has a million videos saying, listen, if somebody's genes say one thing and their brain say another thing, I'm going to believe their brain. And he's not the only one out here making these claims. There's plenty of other neuroscientists out there making these same claims. And I've also been criticized by people with masters in neuroscience who say that the way that I say it are bad. And it's valid criticism, because I'm not a fucking neuroscientist. I'm a biologist that studies evolution and bioanthro. So yeah, it's a tricky discourse. And it's something that is very new, and it's something that is at the forefront of our scientific understanding, something we are currently digging into. For anybody to come out here saying that there is a quick, easy, cut and dry answer, it's just not good enough. So if somebody has a serious education in this and they're still going against the current trend in science, I would say that person either they're reading different stuff, or they're fighting through some of their own heuristics that they're having to get through. Or maybe, fuck, dude, in 20 years we'll find out something new, and maybe they'll be right after all. But I don't think so. It's not what it's looking like. It's not what the trend seems to be as far as like our understanding of these things. Anyway, yeah, don't be afraid to be criticized and called out, is what I'm saying. For 9.99 from Paul the Potato, Forrest Coin of Endor. I don't know what that reference is. I'm pretty sure Endor is from Star Wars.
The farthest moon of Endor.
Oh, I get it. Okay. Forrest Coin of Endor. My lady just brought me some medicine to make me feel better. And what she brought me was a cocktail of acetaminophen, dextromethorphan, guaifenesin, and phenylephrine. Probably mispronounced one of those, but I don't think I did. And those, if you put those things together, are Dayquil. How cool is that? And you can spend fucking $45 on a goddamn box of Dayquil. Or if you learn what drugs are and what they do, and it's not tricky, it's just some long words. If you can look for that combination, anyway, they often package them with the same colors as the name brands. Look like an orange box of cold medicine, and check, and it'll have guaifenesin, dextromethorphan, phenylephrine, and acetaminophen. Acetaminophen is Tylenol. Dextromethorphan is the chemical. Anytime you see something with DM on it, that's usually what they're talking about. It's pretty sure it's a decongestant, if I remember correctly. Guaifenesin is what makes Mucinex. It's an expectorant. It loosens up mucus and makes it easier to get out of you. Phenylephrine, I'm pretty sure, is also a decongestant. I don't remember off the top of my head. But if you learn just what the names of these things are, you will save fucking hundreds and thousands of dollars on fucking on medicines, because that shit was $5 for a box of 25 at Dollar General instead of the fucking $30 box of Dayquil. Again, not a physician, but medicine is medicine, and if it went through the FDA, it's probably fine. $10.69. I do have a friend who's a nurse who was like, "Be careful, because dextromethorphan, it has meth in there for a reason in the word," which that's just saying it has a methyl group. It doesn't actually mean that, but it does actually, like, I'm pretty sure guaifenesin, we don't actually know why it works the way it does, but it seems safe. I don't know. $10.69 from Kathleen Moncrief. I missed the whole show, but here's $3. You need to not have to sell the show to get open. Thank you so much, Kathleen. I hope you get to tune in later on. $9.99 from Peyton Dooley. Fun fact: echidna peepees have 4 heads. Yeah, that's what I was saying. They have effectively 4 penises. It really is one penis that branches out. But It's one of the freakier peni in the animal kingdom. Oh my god. Oh, I'm choking it down. I'm fighting it off. I'm not gonna hork it on the show today.
$10 from Larry Fishman, insert Naomi coin. And I'm gonna go
that's
with
not
the
Fishman,
fact that
that's Bahishman.
Bahishman. Their Naomi coin is going to be that the way that CPUs actually run instructions, it's not as simple as read one instruction, execute, read the next instruction, execute, yada yada yada, so on so on. The way that they actually do this, it was an efficiency trick which computer architects learned, is we can use different parts of the CPU at the same time. So there's kind of one part of the CPU which is in charge of like fetching instructions, another part that does like math computations, another part which tries to read from memory, another part dealing with like loading and storing and registers and memory. And so if we can be more efficient, if we have, okay, I'm going to be fetching this instruction while I'm doing the math needed on this other instruction, and while I'm fetching memory from this other instruction yet, and then storing the result of a fourth instruction all at the same time. And there are CPUs which build out these kind of pipelines of trying to execute instructions at the same time that goes like more than 20 steps deep. And what gets really interesting is that to make this even more efficient, CPUs started predicting where code is going to go in branching paths. If you have something like an if statement, you now have two options. Am I going to go down the true path, or am I going to go down the false path? And so CPUs, in order to make this pipeline more efficient, they make an educated guess, as in, I think it's going to be true. I'm going to start executing the true path. And then if it turns out I guess wrong, we have to back up the world and go down the false path. And this was actually wildly more efficient, even with the guesswork that you have to do. And these branch predicting algorithms are very good at these kind of predictions with like over 90% accuracy in general. So yeah, CPUs, they do guesswork and they execute instructions out of order and have to like go back and rewind the world all the time. It is crazy, the little micro tweaks we do to make things more efficient.
That was tight as hell.
Cool. $10 from James Call, insert Forrest coin, extended phenotype, love the beaver ward. Yeah, the beaver is usually what I use as an example of an extended phenotype. It's what a lot of people use as an example of an extended phenotype because it's such an easy example. So when we talk about a genotype, it's your DNA. Your phenotype is your physical presentation of that DNA. Your genotype is not always fully expressed in your phenotype. When we talk about the extended phenotype, that refers to the way that your phenotype, your physiology and behaviors affect the environment around you in ways that wouldn't be there if you weren't there. And so the beaver, as an example, beaver cuts down trees and builds a dam. This dam is now a physical object that is the result of the phenotype of the beaver. It is an extension of the beaver's phenotype. And as a result, all of the changes that come along because of that dam are also part of the extended phenotype of the beaver. The river building up into a lake upstream, the river drying up and changing direction and whatever downstream, new plants and animals moving into different areas, things living and dying. The entire alteration of this whole ecosystem is the result of this beaver's DNA, is the extension of the phenotype of this beaver. So that's the concept of extended phenotypes. And there's a million other examples you can go to, but that's surely the most easy to process in your head as far as I'm concerned. It's really fucking cool, dude.
10 New Zealanders from Citizen Gold, hashtag insert Naomi coin. I'm going to use this one to kind of extend off of the last one that I did about how CPUs do this kind of speculative execution where they predict where the code is going to go next and start executing ahead of time where they're going to predict next. It was actually discovered that this is a huge security vulnerability where you can essentially write programs that teach these branch prediction algorithms, okay, you're going to go down the true path again and again and again, and the CPU is going to learn, okay, I'm going to keep on going down the true branch. And then what you do is you switch it over to a different branch where going down that true branch would allow you to leak some information. And if you can stop the world while the CPU is in the process of leaking speculative information, you can read that speculative information that has been leaked when this is code that should not have been executed. One example would be like training it on a really easy true branch and then doing some kind of like authentication check when you don't have the password, but because it thinks, oh, I'm just going true again, it will pretend like it's authenticated in the speculative execution, and you can leak some really bad stuff with that.
Well, that's terrifying.
I can't see a single way that could go badly.
Do you think in the future, like as things expand and the what's the word? The sophistication of different tools gets even crazier, that one day we're just all gonna everything's gonna get hacked and all of our messages that have ever been written will be released? I tweeted about this week. I was like, I feel like everything we've ever done will not be private one day.
It's definitely a game of cat and mouse, where like as the attacks get more sophisticated, so do the defenses, and there are mitigations in place for those kind of speculative execution attacks, and it's already a very difficult attack to perform. You have to do a lot of program profiling to see if you can even get the branch predictor to be tricked in this kind of way with a specific branch that has a type of memory leak you can exploit. So it's like we're finding attacks that are more complicated, which have more specific conditions, which, you know, we can target those with specific mitigations as well. So it's definitely a game of cat and mouse, although, yeah, it's very scary. But also, you know, if you look at like really old computer systems, they are so vulnerable towards things that we have with modern knowledge.
Yeah. The AI is going to be leaking all of our nudes. You heard it here first.
Oh, yeah, another one. Hell yeah.
$10 from Malalia Laga. Naomi, might I ask your take on all the chat programs now out? Insert Naomi coin. So about the chat programs in particular, okay, I'm going to go into this one. I think that it's a really cool idea, but there is a lot of things that we have to be really careful about with these kind of chat programs. In particular, the biggest threat, which is ever present in these chat programs, is that because they have to train on such large data sets, they are going to learn the biases that are present in those data sets. And one of the biggest and most prone biases that will exist in these data sets is the way in which discourse typically goes, particularly surrounding like human rights issues. Most people that talk positively about human rights issues, be they things like racial justice or queer rights or any of these other topics, most people that are pro human rights don't talk about it very frequently, or they talk about it in response to people who are trying to attack human rights. Meanwhile, the types of crowds, which would be, you know, white supremacists, transphobes, Nazis, for example, they talk way more about race, about trans people, about Jews. And so you see in these data sets an extreme bias towards negative opinions on minority groups in particular. And that's why, if you've seen like with ChatGPT in particular, they had to put super strong, like hard-coded gates on the types of things that it would say, where it's essentially, after it generates the output, it has these internal checks it's going through. It's like, hey, check if you said something racist or transphobic and do not send that. This is just one of the big shortcomings with kind of like machine learning, where we will learn the biases that are present in the data in the real world. And there's not really a perfect solution out there, because the best we can kind of do right now is try to, you know, gate these systems behind some really hard manual checks, or we can just let them run free. And a lot of the earlier generations AI that we let ran free turned out to be really bigoted. There was like the Microsoft AI, which was spreading like Nazi talking points. There was, I think it was like a Minecraft VTuber that started spreading like Jewish question talking points. There was the Seinfeld AI that started coming out with transphobic jokes. This is just a big problem in AI when we don't try to like gate it and properly account for biases that exist in the real world in the way that topics are talked about in this kind of data.
Wasn't there that it was I think it was Microsoft made like a chat bot that they put on Twitter, and she could just tweet all that, and like within 30 minutes of being out there, she just started like spamming the N-word and being like, Hitler was right and all this shit, because she was just learning from the tweets around her, and that's how they had to shut it down.
This has happened to a lot of different AIs when they're not careful. Absolutely. We have another 10 euros from Faye. Naomi, what is your preferred language/environment? Also, weren't quantum computers supposed to make encryption useless? Insert Naomi coin. I'm also a very big Python person. I think that Python is just so easy to work in. I use a lot of Jupyter notebooks for my particularly coding work. I do a lot of kind of like large-scale data science-y kind of stuff. And so having this system which allows me to run Python, have it produce visual output, and then kind of like rerun it in this interactive workbook is really convenient. So that'd be Jupyter notebooks for Python. And then talking about quantum computers and encryption, I'm actually not too knowledgeable about quantum computers in general, but my kind of rough knowledge on the subject is that there are still a lot of limitations in the power of quantum computers and in like how much parallel processing they're actually capable of doing, which makes encryption still solid so long as we're having, you know, highly sized keys. But you know, if in theory we could have this theoretical model of a quantum computer which had infinite parallelization, yeah, that would absolutely break encryption. But our hardware is just not there yet.
Every DM that you sent to your friend objectifying Chris Evans or something, they're all gonna get leaked. Everybody's fucked.
$9.99 from Wizard Squid. That sounds fucking dope. Hey Forrest, love your content. You changed my mind about the LGBTQ plus community. I'm very happy to hear that. I used to be less accepting. Insert Forrest coin. Thank you so much. That means the world to me. Fuck, bro. A thing that you should know is that bacteria can do this cool thing called transformation. Super simple word for something fucking wild. They can literally just scoop up some DNA from other bacteria that are even dead bacteria and just do the things that DNA says. So you can take non-virulent bacteria that are completely harmless, and just put them in an environment where you have virulent, harmful bacteria that are dead. You can literally heat kill them, use fire to completely kill them. And the non-virulent, harmless bacteria will just scoop up some DNA and become virulent and dangerous because they just learned it like they picked up a book, like an instruction manual. It's called transformation, and it's fucking crazy. It's one of the reasons why bacterial evolution isn't any kind of the same thing as like mammalian evolution or anything like that. It's fucking wild, yo. $5 from an atheist. What's a better way to talk to pseudoscience peddlers and their aggressive audience? An aggressive approach or a gentle approach? I tend to be gentle with the people and harsh with the ideas, is what I tend to do. But that's just me. Unless the person is like an absolute fucking charlatan grifter who's saying, like, there was this one person at one point on TikTok who was saying that staring into the sun amplifies your pineal gland and makes you healthier, and that if you take antibiotics, the word antibiotic means anti, against life, and that means that antibiotics literally kill all cells in your body and leave you weaker and more damaged than you were before when you got sick, and that viruses aren't real. They're actually just pieces of our cells that explode because humans naturally cycle through a cleaning process of cleaning out all our old dead cells. And when our old dead cells explode, those are what we call spike proteins. And just a bunch of fucking crazy shit. There was another time a long time ago where this lady was selling herbal drinks that will cure herpes and all manner of other things, because it's all just about the getting back to the traditional roots. If you eat enough ginger, then your cancer is cured. And so, like, with those people, I'll absolutely say this person's a fucking quack who knows nothing what they're talking about. And when you look through the comment section on those videos, and they're full of people begging them for help and advice because they're very sick or they're going through something problematic and they don't trust modern medicine because of charlatans like that, yeah, absolutely, I'm going to have a fucking problem with you. But as far as just people who buy into it, people who come to me and they're like, hey, I heard that, I can, to eat a bunch of turmeric and that'll reduce inflammation, so I don't need to take aspirin. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Turmeric is anti-inflammatory, and it will help reduce inflammation. You need to eat about 10 pounds of turmeric to get the same effect as one aspirin tablet. So what do you want to do? You know, I understand that somebody is making a lot of money telling you this, but at the end of the day, like, yeah, big pharma fucking sucks, but it's effective. Science is still science, and that's how I would come at it. You know what I mean? Now, any thoughts from you on the? I assume this is something you have to deal with every now and then as well.
I think it's definitely one where it depends a lot. I find that when you're talking to people directly and you're really trying to focus on changing their mind in particular, it tends to do a lot better when you focus on a much more gentle approach, a much more empathetic approach with exactly where they're at. But if you're talking to somebody who is coming in bad faith and you're trying to appeal to their audience in particular, then generally being a lot more, not particularly aggressive, but assertive, and as in being on the offense in the conversation and just making them justify their either false or horrible worldview tends to come off a lot better when appealing to an audience. So it kind of depends a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tough. It really is a case by case kind of thing. $5 from Monster6607. What are your thoughts on transhumanism, where we can replace our body parts with bionics that are better than our natural parts? I guarantee that what she's about to say is more interesting than what I'm about to say. So I'm going to be very brief. I used to be super against it because I was like, this will change what it means to be a human. I'm still slightly against the idea because of capitalism. I don't want people to be able to, you can buy a better body and live eternally, and poor people are doomed to live with the shitty systems that they are born with. But as far as the whole concept of just changing what it means to be a human, being a human changed what it meant to be an ape. And being an ape changed what it meant to be a primate. Being a primate changed what it meant to be a mammal. And being a mammal changed what it meant to be a tetrapod. And being a tetrapod changed what it meant to be a fish. So, like, at the end of the day, I'm super down with taking control of our evolution and driving ourselves in that way. I don't think that humans are responsible enough to have a serious conversation about it as a global society. Yes, I know that makes me sound like a pompous asshole, and I do not care. But like that, at the end of the day, that I'm 100% into it, and I would love to be a cyborg. Fuck my arms, man. They could be so much better. I got fucking dope ass legs. That'd be like Star Fox. Be all sorts into that. But that's just me, yo. Now, the person who fucking knows a lot about technology will tell you why I'm an idiot. Go for it, Naomi.
I think that transhumanism as a concept sounds really, really cool, and I am absolutely all for. Essentially, I see it as kind of like a tool of sorts, where when humans use stone tools, for example, this extended our capabilities, extended our ability to do things. Computers are another form of tool. The mobile phones which we have access to, these in many ways are kind of an extension of our capabilities. And I think that kind of just like extending that to a more intimate level within the body. Yeah, I'm all for it, so long as we can, make sure that we're doing this in an ethical way. Like Forrest brought up, the concerns of like monetization of cyborg bodies would be a huge concern. But no, in general, I think that if we can develop tools which allow us to better be who we want to be, that sounds awesome. I'm all for it. As far as integrating with computers, that's probably a long way off. Like the earliest research we have seems to be horrible in the animal models for the most part. So I would be very, very wary, but I am very open to seeing how it develops.
I'm fucking like, my big thing is like, I don't want to have a subscription service for my fucking eyes. You know what I mean? Like, I forgot to pay my bill and now I can't even see the bill to pay it. You know what I mean? That's,
Capitalism will collapse in our lifetime anyway. It's non-sustainable for the new future and the development of technology as it is. You can't.
Don't get my hopes up, yo.
The fact is, we are a decade or two away from every job being replaced and done better by computers. And every artist right now who's like, nah, you're wrong. A computer will be a better artist than you in every way. But you might be able to sell yourself to people as an individual, that somebody wants an original whatever. Everything, there won't be jobs left. And not even the ones people are like, well, but what about someone's going to have to fix the computers? Yep, the computers will be better at fixing themselves and developing themselves and getting better than themselves. We're all fucked. And so we just have, if we peacefully solve that problem, it'll be great. Instead of capitalism failed. Start killing all the minorities, which is a real problem.
It's a real possibility, yeah, considering the history of genocides.
Yeah.
Fucking Jared Diamond wrote in Collapse. Jared Diamond has a whole book about how different societies have collapsed over the course of human history, and he has one about Rwanda and the Rwandan genocide back in the 1990s. And he fucking blames it on just basic Malthusian economics. Just there weren't enough resources. They found a way to dehumanize somebody to say, hey, these Tutsis, right? Maybe we could fucking kill all of them and then we'd have more land. And then, shit went haywire. And so that I don't 1,000,000% agree with, but he makes some really compelling arguments. There's also this other book called Questioning Collapse, which is all about calling into question everything in this book. And in this one, they talk a lot more about like the historical and cultural side of like their very, very Catholic society and why like kings sacrificing themselves to make the rain come down was a big part of it as well. And that's, in my opinion, a way better thing to talk about. But like, yeah, it's fucking crazy how much like basic economics plays into us literally slaughtering children. Motherfucker capitalism, yo. $20 from $20 from Undead Comrade. My 7-year-old daughter has a passion for zoology and loves animals and evolution. Insert Forrest coin. I'm an IT support specialist. Insert Naomi coin. You're getting both here. I love that you paid $20 to get both. Fun fact for your child about animals and things and evolution is giraffes are big lankadelic creatures, and so it's really difficult for them to lay down and go to bed. They can sleep standing up, but they also sleep laying down. And they only sleep for about 4.5 hours a day. And they do so in short bursts, like little 30-minute naps. So they take several 30-minute naps throughout the day that total up to about 4 hours of sleeping. In captivity, they tend to sleep more. But this is just because of predation. If they lay down too long, they're going to get eaten. You know, they're just a gigantic, very conspicuous creature. They're going to get pounced upon if they sleep for very long. So they've evolved to sleep in 30-minute bursts, totaling up to only 4 hours a day. And this is so interesting because actually for a long time, we had never seen giraffes sleeping, and biologists used to think that they just didn't fucking sleep. There were actually pictures of giraffes laying down, and for a long time they were considered to be hoaxes. They thought they killed a giraffe and positioned its neck in such a way to make it look like it was alive. But yeah, no, they do sleep, and it's just very profound. And what's interesting about that is not only is that cool, but also that makes them a lot like ants, because ants also sleep for just over about 4.5 hours a day. And they do so in a series of little naps, although their naps are about 10 minutes long instead of 30 minutes long. So an ant just bops about, does ant stuff, takes a little nap. Bops about doing ant stuff, takes a little nap. So be like an ant or like a giraffe. Take more naps and be happy. There's some fun facts and some life lessons for you.
All right, I'm going to go with a silly fun fact. This one is that, so the theoretical model of a computer, the simplest theoretical model we have is the Turing machine, which essentially it's this infinitely long piece of computer tape that is comprised of ones and zeros, and you have functions that can move along the tape, set bits, etc. And there was a computer science researcher who showed that it was possible to construct a complete Turing machine using only PowerPoint slide transitions, like the little animation transitions in PowerPoint slides. And this, because of the implications of this, Microsoft PowerPoint, the app, violates the rules of the App Store because it is capable of performing arbitrary computation via constructing a Turing machine.
It's tight as fuck, dude. It's tight as fuck. $5 from Emery King. Sorry, Forrest. I called on the atheist experience and criticized you for the female male brain thing. I appreciate that you're open to talk about it, though. You're the best. I know. Yeah, like I said, I have no issue with anybody. Like I'm not the fucking final arbiter of science. Like I know some things about some stuff, and I also know where my limitations lie. And oftentimes, I'm probably like recently, I talked about the insula a little while ago, and I put out a short about that, and a person with a PhD in neuroscience said, hey, the information you're saying here is fine, but you said that the insula does disgust, like is the cause of disgust. You should really say is responsible for disgust, because you're giving it too much credit, and you're playing into this idea that one particular brain region does one particular job, and that's really kind of naive in terms of neuroscience. And I was like, hey, thanks so much for that. I will fix that in the future. And you probably heard when I was talking about that earlier, I used the word is responsible for, and I mentioned, and I don't want to buy into the thing that one single brain area did. I incorporated that. His criticism made me a better scientist and a better educator, and as does other people's. So like now when I talk about male versus female brains, I the biggest issue that I have a lot of the times is that there is no such thing as just like a boy brain and a girl brain. There's differences in neuronal density and differences in volume in very certain regions and things like that. And yeah, there's a little bit of dimorphic difference in size overall. But like, it's not to say that like there's this totally differently structured thing. It's just like some changes in volume in certain key areas. And when I'm speaking colloquially or extemporaneously to a large audience, it's very easy to mix those things up. So it's just, man, that's the whole thing. I have to be very careful about what I say when I'm talking to people, because necessarily when doing science communication, you have to sacrifice some accuracy for accessibility. But especially when talking about issues that are directly affecting human rights, it's really important to try to make that discrepancy as small as possible. So I have no issue with people criticizing what I'm saying, as long as it's scientifically accurate criticism. If someone's going to call me and say like there's no such thing as these differences, and that a trans man's brain is just a man's brain and it's not actually like right, well, there's a significant amount of research to prove you wrong, and I'm sorry, like I have been criticized by neuroscientists on the sources that I use for those things, but like the actual data is there. You know what I mean? Like you can pull up literally while I was talking a little while ago, I just for funsies, this is Brain, Sex, and Transgender Women Has Shifted Towards Gender Identity, published in March 13th, 2022 in the Journal of Clinical Medicine. Here's a fucking article right here from like last year that details this out, man. It's not a controversial statement unless you're making it one. God, I'm tired. Thank you for criticizing me and making me better. I appreciate it. It's for you.
Ooh, $10 from Mahalia Laga. Insert Naomi coin. I would like to hear how computer predictions counter Jimmy's stance on free will. I'm not entirely sure on Jimmy's stance on free will. I might need that as a bit of a context to jump into this.
The problem here is that computer predictions don't counter my stance on free will. Computers, literally, like computer metaphors, are what universal determinists use to represent determinism. So you're asking... It's like saying, I would like to hear Forrest explain how the evolution of the eye counters evolution. It'd be sort of a weird thing. I'm a universal determinist. I believe everything follows a natural material thing. So the concept of free will is like, if I'm choosing between ice cream and pizza, whatever choice I made, I basically was always going to make from the point of the Big Bang. And to actually change that choice, you would have to change some natural thing that happened along the way. And that natural thing may be as far back as the Big Bang itself, or some other event that happened in the middle. Basically, that the entire world is natural and materialistic, and a sufficiently advanced computer could actually predict everything without ever needing a fail. Though that part's more of a metaphor. It's not a literal thing.
Okay, gotcha. I could talk a little bit about how kind of like the computer predictions work. So essentially, like at a high level, the way that these machine learning algorithms function is you have a lot of data, and then it essentially tries to build this complex mathematical function where it tries to produce the correct output based off the input data. And the way that machine learning algorithms are trained is you give it all this data and it says, okay, I'm going to create the most optimal mathematical function which the output most closely mimics the correct output. We can do things like representing letters and words and various data labels of numbers so that we can do this mathematical translation and mathematical function. And so really, like even when you ask a chatbot a question, how it's making that determination do the answer is it's just a lot of really complicated math. It is all completely deterministic math. When ChatGPT comes up with its response, it just did that because of math. It's literally all math. Crazy amounts of math, but math nonetheless.
Yeah, so if you wanted to use like a universal deterministic metaphor, it would be like, so that's how ChatGPT does it now, and it makes a lot of errors. But you could advance something like ChatGPT with a sufficiently advanced system to where it never got it wrong, that it was always right. But it would take a universe amount of computing capability, and it would have to know every literal like placement of every fucking proton in the universe, essentially.
Just needs more math.
More math. Math amphetamines.
1999 from Zero Glitch. Wife is a Christian, but I'm an atheist. We have an understanding for raising our future kids, but my in-laws are empathetic, to say the least. Emphatic. I don't know why the fuck. I had to read it 3 times to make sure I fucked up.
We can hear in your voice that you're getting sicker, just so you know. The good news is this is the last one.
It's been a 4-hour show, and like I started real peppy. But prednisone, man, I took it at 10 this morning.
Oh, it wears off, yeah. You'll feel amazing tomorrow at noon, though.
Oh, yeah, dude. It's going to be great. I have to get on a plane first thing in the morning, so I'm going to sleep real good there, and then I've got to go do some work on a project in Arizona for a minute, so I'm
so sorry,
living off that shit.
If you need any help with anything that you got to produce or whatever in the meantime, you know, I got you.
It's all good. We're going to do some really cool shit about Jupiter, yo. It's going to be awesome. Anything you guys think to address before we have kids that my in-laws might try to enforce? I could go on about this for a long time because if I ever decide to reproduce and any of my in-laws ever try to push their religion on my offspring, that is one of the few things that I would actually like come to physical violence about. It's hard. I would say, if I was you, for just my advice, is this is an opportunity to set some really serious, hard boundaries and be very, very unequivocally clear about them. Because I don't know what kind of person you are or what you're comfortable with or anything like that. But for me, that is something that would end my relationship with somebody, no matter who they were. And
the record, that's the better answer than come to physical violence about. You started that one real strong.
I'm just
I was
saying,
like, Jesus, don't punch their nana. What the fuck?
No, I'm just saying. For me, I am not a violent person. I am a squishy, kind young lad.
Sure.
But if I found if I made offspring, and someone came to that offspring and was like, "You're gonna go to hell," and my offspring came home all sad, saying, "Somebody told me about Jesus," I would knock that person the fuck out. And I don't advocate for that. I am a flawed individual, and I know that, and that's just me. So I would say in this particular example, in this particular case, you're talking about things you should address before you have kids. Yeah, I would be very, very clear that this is a non-negotiable relationship terminating thing, that this is between my partner and me. We are going to decide how to do this. If you want to talk to these kids about religion in any capacity, I don't care if it's telling them what the Bible is. I don't care what level it's at any capacity. If you want to talk to my kids about it, you go through me first. And the answer is still probably no. That's how I would do that. But yeah.
Another one came in though. Okay, so
directed at nobody in particular. If my family is watching this, we love you. Truth.
I do want to say I let this one through, but I already put in chat so this may be the last one anyway, so it doesn't matter. But we did switch to a $10 minimum a little bit back, so this will be potentially the last one at all. But if any other last minute ones come in, they do need to be a yellow or higher message, because We're all ready for bed, I think. I know I am. I don't know about Naomi.
I might actually die.
I'm feeling full of it. Yeah, maybe don't. You can't become the new Bill Nye the Science Guy if you're in prison for beating up your uncle. Don't
beating up my religious in-laws and then dying on a stream.
Not a good look.
For thumping the Bible thumper.
Yeah.
Valkai, the science guy. Fuck.
Here's how he mixed the wrong 4 drugs, thinking he was making Dayquil, and instead he actually made chloramine, or not chloramine. What is mustard gas? Fucking that.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. All you got to do is mix bleach and ammonia, and that's Robitussin. Don't do that, kids. That'll kill you.
Same thing. Don't clip that either. Somebody put in the chat, sick forest equals punchy forest. You're not wrong. If I have the strength,
we have to cook Dayquil forest.
Do you know what's so funny? I don't know what either of your lives are like, but one thing about things like this, colds and stuff, I want to come up with a term that's kind of like a combination of hypochondria and hyperchondria, specifically for people with chronic illness. Because if you have chronic illness and you get something, a lot of us, when you get a little bit sick, you get something like a cold, it's like life ending. But if you get like a stabbing pain in your heart or like an organ, you're like, if that's still around in the morning, I'll ask somebody about it. It's like when it's serious, you don't do what you should be doing about it. And then when it's like something like a cold, you're just like, oh my God, I think I might end it all. Anyway, that's how I am.
It'd be tight. Somebody said something about NyQuil. NyQuil is just the same fucking thing as Dayquil, plus they add diphenhydramine. And diphenhydramine is just what they use to make Benadryl, and it has a side effect of making you very sleepy. And that's one of the many reasons that Benadryl is being phased out. A lot of allergists and people aren't recommending Benadryl anymore because you get the exact same fucking benefits from other antihistamines without having all the side effects. And also, a lot less people are allergic to other shit.
Well, okay. So a little clarification there.
Citrazine hydrochloride is Zyrtec, and
this is one of the things I know some things about. Diphenhydramine, the other problem is, yes, you do have those side effects. However, you desensitize to diphenhydramine very quickly, even on those side effects. Also, there's a bit of a problem with the fact that it also behaves as a mild SSRI, which if you don't need SSRIs, you shouldn't take them. But I got to tell you, I love taking Benadryl because I do need SSRIs. It's my favorite. Oh, my God. I'm not going to talk about it, but I did tweet about diphenhydramine orgasms not too long ago. Anyway.
Diphenhydramine, acetaminophen, ibuprofen, and like there's 2 or 3 others. They're in goddamn everything. They're just ubiquitous and they make different. They'll sell the same drug in like 15 different packages. There was they used to sell these things here at Reese's, which is an Oklahoma chain store. I don't know if it's anywhere else, but like there's a place called Reese's here in Oklahoma. And there was in the pharmacy section, they literally had these little boxes that just said, "Mommy, I'm blank." And it was like, "Mommy, I can't sleep." And it was fucking diphenhydramine. It was sleeping pills for your kids they're safe and non-habit forming. And it was like, "Mommy, I have a headache," and it was acetaminophen. And it was, "Mommy, I have a swollen gum or my tooth hurts," something like that. And it was ibuprofen because ibuprofen is an NSAID, so it's going to reduce inflammation and like just shit like that. And it's like 15 different things with the "Mommy, this is what's wrong with me." But first of all, fuck you, sexist. And also, it's the same 5 drugs in 10 different boxes because they have different side effects. And then they sell them for fucking $30 for 3 pills. And it's fucking crazy. Like, just, oh my God.
Tylenol PM is basically just a Tylenol plus 1 Benadryl.
A Benadryl. Yeah. It's acetaminophen and diphenhydramine. It makes you sleepy and you won't sneeze and it takes your headache away. And but also, if they invented Tylenol today, there's no fucking way it would be sold over the counter. More people die from Tylenol than like fucking car accidents or something. And that's probably not accurate, but
that's not even close to true. But it's a lot. It's one of the worser drug overdoses, and then you can also have long-term effects. It can be harsh on your liver. Then also the same thing with ibuprofen. Ibuprofen, you should not just take every day unlimited amounts. You will give yourself ulcers. Tylenol, you can fuck up your kidneys. All kinds of shit.
Tylenol is responsible for 56 56,000 emergency room visits per year, 2,600 hospitalizations, and 500 deaths per year in the United States alone. It's so easy to fuck up on Tylenol. Take that shit as recommended, y'all. Do not fuck around with Tylenol. And that's not to be like sensationalist and say like, oh, you should avoid this at all costs. It's literally poison. No, it's fine. There's no such thing as a bad drug. There's only a bad dosage, And so but that's the thing. This shit, it's a very common drug that everybody knows. It's acetaminophen. Everybody knows how to use that shit. But 56,000 people a year have to go to the emergency room because they fuck it up. And that's more than like most other things in the same class. You know what I mean?
The most common cause of specifically acute liver failure is from Tylenol.
Really?
And I'm going to bet that that's why you got the statistics earlier mistaken, because most people think it's going to be alcohol that causes acute liver failure.
I threw out car accidents as a hyperbole, and then I realized people are probably going to take me very literally when I said that. That's why I was like, that's probably wrong. You know what I mean? But no, that's those stats that I just pulled up to be safe. That's from the National Institute of Health. That's from NIH.gov, and it's right here from acetaminophen toxicity. So this is not not a hyperbole.
Did we finish reading this one?
I don't think you read it.
Five euros from Hudson's Hustoncy. 5 euros from Hustoncy. Hello, lovely people. Hello to you. At Forrest, why aren't there more human-like apes today? Wonder what religions would look like if if Neanderthal, Adam and Eve. So there's a few hypotheses here. And the main thing is when we look at different hominid species, or I should say hominin species, different species in the Homo genus, they all died out towards the end of the Pleistocene, largely for climate change reasons. They were well adapted to this particular thing, but we were better. And that's because humans are or I should say Homo sapiens, to be very clear. Homo sapiens are cool because we're like the ultimate generalists. We're really good at fitting into any niche. And so we were able to adapt in the post-Pleistocene world, whereas other species of hominids or hominins were not. There's other reasons as well. For example, we see with Neanderthals specifically, we interbred with them every single time we cross paths with them. And that was a huge part of their going extinct, is that we absorbed them into our ranks. We literally fucked them into non-existence, rather than actually the general idea of people like, oh, we killed them all and we did a genocide. Not a lot of really good evidence for that. But as far as other apes, because you said human-like apes, as far as other apes becoming hominins, or hominids at least, instead of just hominoids, and that's just a matter of selection pressure. It's this old creationist talking point of, why are there still monkeys? Why aren't the chimpanzees becoming humans right now? It's because this is a line of thinking that we call a teleology, or in biology we would use the word orthogenesis, which means the same thing. It means that there's a purpose, a plan for evolution. There is such a thing as this perfectly most evolved creature. But remember, evolution is not a ladder. Evolution is a tangled, messy bush. Messy bush. And for that reason, there's no most evolved thing. So the same reason why humans did evolve the way we did is the same reasons that chimpanzees and the like have not evolved the way that we did, because they simply didn't have the selection pressures for it. And the type of brain-focused evolution and bipedal evolution and whatnot that worked for us just didn't work for them. That split came about 7 to 9 million years ago. Probably with Sahelanthropus tonganensis, but probably. And that's where we see this link, where we see something that's almost certainly, at least partially bipedal, being a very possible common ancestor between a very obviously quadrupedal group and a very obviously bipedal group that leaned into brains like crazy, yo. I could go on about that for a while, but I'm not gonna anymore.
I think we all appreciate that very much. Hey, Forrest, note for next time. Let's not drop bitch and ass in the first 2 minutes of the show so we can have monetization. Let's just hold. Let's
I thought about that.
Yeah.
I thought about that right after I saw that. It's great. It's okay. It's fine. No one's gonna know. No one's gonna put an extra long intro clip at the beginning. Put a minute-long countdown at the beginning.
This is a live stream. No? We can take things out. We cannot add upon.
You can edit a live stream.
Again, we can take things out. We cannot add upon.
Post it as a separate. Download it. Go Premiere Pro. Put a 35-second thing that says Forrest is dumb and curses a lot at the beginning, and put it back on the channel.
Yeah, it'll be great. It'll ruin its entire algorithmic experience. We'll lose all of the boost that the live got from it, and it'll simply incredibly underperform. But it all sounds good. Also, I have to do that work.
Worst case scenario, you post it twice. Put in the chat if you would watch this entire stream twice, because one of them had a long intro to make sure we get monetized. And then also...
And no, in the chat, I don't care if you write that.
Remember, you're watching it twice with ads the second time.
Yeah, exactly. And then also sign up as a member of the channel and also join our Patreon so we get more money. Also,
that'd be tight.
Just send something to what is it? I freaking forgot. At your science teacher on PayPal.
It's my birthday and you're posting your PayPal. Cash at me, asshole.
Your birthday was yesterday.
I am a millennial. I'm a millennial. I get a birthday month.
Right. In all seriousness, actually do this. If you have 30 extra bucks and you want to support everybody, go buy one of my t-shirts and send it to Jimmy Snow as a birthday present. Do that.
How many people are going to... Wait, first of all, how would they send it to me?
Don't you have a PO box or something listed?
It's still in...
It's still in what? You cut out.
It's still in Denver. I have to have it all forwarded to here. I got to get that set up. Yeah. Anyway.
That was a speaker that got cut.
Y'all want to do drugs after this?
Yeah.
Tight.
What kind of drugs are we talking?
What you want? No, again, don't answer that on air. You're in a PhD program, But
NyQuil.
Yeah. Boiled down NyQuil.
We're all gonna get fucked up on cough medicine. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Don't do that, by the way.
Somebody
if you're a young, impressionable teenager, don't do that dumb shit.
Dude, it's bad because I agree. You shouldn't do that, despite the fact that all of my memories doing it were great. I don't know what to. It's the same thing with I stopped doing cocaine because it was gonna kill me or something, and so, but anybody's like, so talk me out of doing cocaine. I'm like, I don't know how to do that. It's fucking the best. What are you talking about? Here's another one. One came in because we took too long to close.
That's the same one from before.
God damn you! That's the same €5 that we already saw. $5, $10. Oh, it's for you.
Ooh, we have from Paul the Potato, Naomi coin. Nice to see all three of you. I hope enjoyed by all. Apparently, Jimmy was born 2 days before Bai turned 10 inches. No, 10, closing quotes. Not sure what that means.
I love the interpretation. I have no idea what that is.
I think it was before I turned 10. I think they just accidentally hit the B. But Bai turned 10 inches is the funniest thing that happened all night. And I'm glad it's basically the last thing.
Congratulations, Bai. Also, there was a Naomi coin. Fucking lay one on us
when
we wrap up the show.
There was a Naomi coin. Okay, wait. What's something I have? Let's see. Okay, this one's kind of simple, but so many programming languages, essentially the way that a compiler works, the way that we actually compile programming languages down towards the actual machine code, the actual binary which runs on computers, is it's the step-by-step process of translating programming language into intermediate representation, which gets a little bit lower level, into another intermediate representation, which gets even lower level and close to machine code, and that eventually becomes machine code. And what was really nice about this is that essentially it's allowed us to reuse a lot of these really old intermediate representations across different compilers. And so you have different programming languages where essentially to make a new compiler for a new programming language, you only have to change how it gets from the programming language to the first intermediate representation. And this has just allowed us to reuse things in very, very nice ways. Actually, because of how great this reuse process is, the compiler for the C programming language is now written in C, which is hilarious.
That is actually cool. I've learned so much, and I'm not going to remember a fucking bit of it, but I enjoyed learning it, and I'll definitely rewatch this, especially if it's reposted with a cool little tail on the beginning to make it work better. With that, this has been a fantastic show. I just slowly shrunk and fell out of energy as we went along, which I predicted at the beginning. I didn't think I needed to put the disclaimer at the beginning, but I'm glad I did. With that, I'm gonna go bed. Naomi, where can people find you, and what cool shit do you have working on right now that you want people to go see?
Yeah, definitely. You can find me on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube primarily. Just Google search nominal.naomi. You will find my link tree. You can grab all my links from there. Definitely check it out. I do lots of kind of like debate style content, interview style stuff. So absolutely hit it out if you want to see, particularly talking about queer rights and other kind of leftist politics issues. So would love to see some of y'all joining the Nom community.
Your TikToks fucking give me life, dude. Like they're so good. They're so good. So like, yeah, go absolutely check out her on every single one of those platforms. I'm Forrest Valkai, and don't forget that trans men are men and trans women are women, literally by definition, not a matter of opinion. And trans rights are human rights, again, by fucking definition. Also, just as a fun caveat, nationalism is stupid and racism is stupid, and therefore white nationalism is fucking double stupid. Stick that in your craw. Have an awesome rest of your day and never stop learning. Bye-bye.